Phone book under me. Okay, we're here on January the 16th for the Clear Creek County Board of County Commissioners regular meeting. And the first item is 8:30 administrative approval of marijuana licenses. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. Annette?
Good morning, everybody. Glad to see everybody arrive safely. Yeah. 4 marijuana licenses for renewal, Nomadic LLC for retail cultivation, Sofa King medicinal wellness products for retail marijuana products manufacturing, and medical infused products manufacturing, and Tri-City Partners retail marijuana store license.
And we have a recommendation for approval on all of those and all their.
Yep, everything looks good, and we would recommend they be approved.
Yeah, so, okay, you have that approval. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you.
The next thing on the item is public comment. Do we have any public comment in the room? Seeing none, do we have any on screen?
Nope.
Okay, let's go to county commissioner updates. George, Sean?
I have a quick one. I know that I've mentioned to George, and I think I mentioned, oh no, I said it out loud in this room. The Public Policy and Finance Committee of SEMTAC, which is the State Emergency Medical Trauma Advisory Council, made a recommendation to the governor's office to increase the HUTF from $2 to $4. And we're working on getting a bill sponsor and working through the bureaucratic process of getting an official letter from the branch, EMS branch, to the governor. And I did, just for your reading pleasure, I only have one for you guys. I created something last week before the meeting that essentially lays out the case for doing the increase. And at some point, I may need your help working with legislators just to build support for it. With the primary potential bill sponsor, someone who you know, is facing a little bit of pushback from lobbyists, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but I kind of feel like the lobbyists maybe don't have a vision for what we're trying to accomplish. But
yeah, who are the lobbyists that are, who are they? Who are they representing that are opposing this thing?
the lobbyist represents MSAC, which is a consortium of emergency room doctors. So you would think that they would have their interests aligned. At one point, there was a group of stakeholders who were lobbying for or asking for a much larger increase from $2 to $8. And I kind of feel like the lobbyists may still have that in mind and thinks that it's an overreach, which I completely agree with. But yeah, the letter got drafted to the branch over the weekend, and then Chief Cornelius from Basalt is going to send that to the branch over the next few days. And this is probably going to kind of heat up over the next few weeks in terms of hopefully it gets sponsored. And the biggest change will be restoring the local grant pool, which Aaron, I'm sure, is very familiar with. Are we applying for a new ambulance on that same
remount?
Yeah. So basically what happened was over a period of what is that, 15 years since the last price increase, which was from $1 to $2, the branch, CPHE's branch expenses doubled. The regional expenses stayed the same and the grant pool got decimated. So what we really want to do is restore the grant pool so that agencies such as ours and Evergreen and Clear Creek Fire Authority will have access to this 50-50 matching grant pool for things like personnel, ambulances, equipment, et cetera.
Okay. When would when would you likely need that help?
Probably within a few weeks.
Okay.
I think right now the bill sponsors just wants to be sure that that there's a lot of support out there, so they're not like looking to, put out a lead balloon.
Commissioner Wood, if it's okay, I'd like to give this to Beth Luther so she can add it to the record.
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you.
And I can send you an electronic copy too. And it's already part of the public record in terms of it's on the public folder for SEMTAC, so it's
Thank you.
now it's ours too.
Thank you for your work on that. This document looks great. CCI and CCAT, of course, we can work to build support. CCI might be a little bit tougher of a sell, but I'm happy to work on it. And then once we have a bill number and it's been introduced, I would be more than happy to have this board. We don't often take positions on bills, but I would be happy to have this board consider a position on this bill.
Yeah, cool. Thanks.
So would I.
And then I obviously support it and will work on it how I can.
All right, thanks.
Anything else on your end?
No.
George?
I don't have much. I mean, the session has started. There's a lot going on. In the past, we've had the practice of taking positions for Clear Creek County when we are at meetings of CCI and CCAT. And I'm comfortable with that. Maybe there's a couple of bills that we want to bring to this board for consideration. Short-term rental reclassification bill is another one I might add to that list, as well as if a real estate transfer fee bill does get introduced, that one as well.
Those might be things, we could either do that in one of these meetings or it's something that we might be able to take up at the retreat
Yeah, when it gets
and resolve a list.
so that makes sense. The other thing that I want to mention is the Fire Authority Board met. We did pass a budget. That budget is we've just under $500,000 in the red. Once you take out planned capital expenditures, we've maintained a budget for capital expenditures to get a new station built in Idaho Springs, which is a need. They're currently remodeling the station that exists in Idaho Springs so that they can house staff down there. I think Idaho Springs agreed to increase their contribution as well as Georgetown. But I'm not sure. I don't mean to leave out Silver Plume and Empire. I'm just not sure where they're at. So they have a little bit more revenue. The budget does include increased staffing so that we can meet the recommendation of Mission CIT to add 6 firefighters and be able to staff in Idaho Springs and Georgetown. So the budget was approved, including funding for that. And the remodel in Idaho Springs, once it's complete, I believe we will post those positions. The board has yet to really dig into the Mission CIT report, but we did decide, sort of in recognition of an acknowledgement of the Mission CIT report, that the Fire Authority Board needs to be more engaged. We've decided to do 2 meetings a month, one sort of group of work session meetings and then one regular meeting. So hopefully that will yield some improvements. And our plan is just to go through that Mission CIT report and focus on the items that are really about the operations of the Fire Authority. So just a little bit of an update on Clear Creek Fire Authority. You also are in receipt of a letter that board wrote and approved supporting our decision not to reduce mills.
Right. Right.
With, the same reason that Clear Creek County didn't reduce mills, Clear Creek Library District, Clear Creek Rec District, Clear Creek School District. We have the mine in our tax base and just it would result in immediate reduction in services to lower mills.
I'm curious, did any of our neighbors reduce their mills? I think Dougco did, which they're not exactly in.
I know that Summit County reduced mills on some of its funds. And they may have been required to. I know that a lot of counties are still subject to the statutory 5.5% cap
Yeah.
and have reduced mills. But I don't know about like Park and Gilpin, and I know Teller did. I know Douglas did.
Yeah. This is neither here nor there, but who replaced Elizabeth Lawrence?
Eric Mamula, former mayor of Breckenridge.
Oh, okay.
And that is pretty much it for me. I don't think I have anything else. The GROC is moving forward. I will point out, you should have received an invite to a conference that the GROC is putting on. It is in late February. And I'm clicking through my calendar, trying to find the actual date. So I was clicking in February. That would be helpful. I'm sorry, you guys. I'll get back to you on that, but there is a conference for the GROC. Randy, I know you saw the email. Sean, you should have it in your inbox as well. If you guys would like to come, that'd be awesome. And I think that's all for me for now.
Yeah,
Oh, one last thing, just a note. We should schedule, I would love to schedule our retreat today.
yeah, so would I. That's actually one of the reasons I meant when I mentioned it, I was thinking, well, we'll just be doing that in a couple of weeks. And I thought, no, set a date.
Yeah.
So we need to do that and get it out of the way. And I appreciate the time and the delay on the retreat that we did have scheduled. And I don't think I said anything, but I think I will right now, that I'd like to thank the I don't think I said anything officially last time, but I'd like to thank everybody in the county for the both the outpouring of support that our family received from the loss of our daughter Laura, and also manner in which they've done it in a way that's respected our privacy at the same time and not bombarded us. And that's enough said about that. So. And what else do I have? It seems like I've been doing some things, but forgetting what it was after I do it, you know. So no, I don't really have much that you mentioned. The GROC thing, I thought about that. We're thinking about the main thing I want to do is focus right now on our goals for the next year at the retreat and make the best use we can of this team we've got on board for this our last year together, and make sure that we've all that we all have, you know, something to do in the right place. Toward that end, we'll be considering this appointments list a little later, and I have little to say and change about it at this time, other than as processing and thinking about what we want to work on coming out of the retreat. You know, we might change a couple chairs in here if we figure out where each of us wants to work on something as stuff goes forward, and we can make those changes in February after the retreat. And toward that end, we should try to schedule that retreat today, and I would say as soon as possible in February, as early as possible. And I really don't have anything else to report. So county manager updates, Brian.
Good morning. First, just want to issue some kudos to Carl and his team for all the hard work they put in over the last 3 or 4 days. It was a holiday weekend for the county, except for Summer Road and Bridge, as they were out there trying to get our roads cleared. So I understand some of the cold weather created some havoc for our equipment, but they were able to get their work done. So kudos to Carl and his team for all their.
Yeah, thank goodness we had county roads to get around on. So we had some roads.
Can I ask a quick question on that? I heard somebody sent an email. It seems like St. Mary's Metro struggled with their equipment, and some roads remained unplowed for a while. I bet you knew about that. Do you have any information to share? Carl,
Carl, you come up to.
Actually, I just saw that email this morning, and we will take a look at what the county roads look like after today and see what the weather does this week. And if we can help St. Mary's out, we will. We've been up in that area for the past 4 days, plowing the county portion of the roads up there, but we only do a portion of their community neighborhood roads. And if there's a situation where we can jump in and help out up there, we will.
thank you. And I know I risk Peter's ire. I'll just state that, and I don't want us to have a conversation about it right now, that I would love for us to take a look at whether the Metro contracting with us to perform that service is a good idea. There's similar situations where we're raising our blades when we drive through Georgetown and stuff that we should look at as
Empire,
well.
same thing in Empire.
Yeah.
Let's just say our tax did not contemplate that.
Well, they tax and have revenues, right? So when I say contract, I mean for money.
They pay us to help them.
I mean, I certainly I don't want this to constitute a criticism of our road and bridge crew, its management in any way. But we do have places where we've got a county road here and you've got some tiny little town that has the last half mile of road. And it's like, well, we don't plow that. And so I have seen our county plows then raise the plow and drive over it through the ruts, instead of just leaving the plow down, which would be of great benefit to those towns. And it's not a criticism because your job is to get done and it's wear and tear on the vehicles every mile that you plow. And I get all of that. But there are some places where even just that one road or two in the town could make it easier if they had a little more help, I know. But I say that as a person who lives one block off North Empire Road. So obviously I'm going to say that, but.
And obviously, we're not set to discuss that. I just wanted to plant the seed.
Thanks, Carl. My kudos didn't meant to create more work for you.
No good deeds go unpunished.
Yeah, and for the third time, that does not constitute criticism. I'm just thinking about, policy variations and stuff. So.
Yeah, hey, we noticed your equipment was running.
Friendly reminder, you have a joint meeting tomorrow night in this room, 6 p.m. with the Open Space Commission, which is going to include your consideration of the Alvarado Land Management Plan. So that is tomorrow night. Your next meeting after that is going to be January 29th in this room, 6 p.m. with all the a joint meeting with all the municipalities and Mission CIT to review their report on their organizational analysis of the fire authority. So that is right around the corner. Your February 6th agenda is going to include the JeffCom agreement for service. That go live date right now is going to be is tentatively scheduled for February 21st. So that is right around the corner.
Like a month from now.
Yes. So we'll be considering that agreement with JeffCom on February 6th.
Fire Authority approved the agreement and Idaho Springs approved the agreement in December.
Is there anyone who hasn't approved it, who's going to be a user?
It's going to take Empire and us to get it. You said Georgetown and
I said
Fire
Fire
Authority, so
Authority and Idaho
Georgetown and
Springs.
Empire would need to approve it also.
Okay.
Mention of the retreat and the need to get that rescheduled. I put a flyer in front of you for an EDC event that's coming up. There's going to be a 2-day of events with the Economic Development Corporation. February 8th, the evening of, is their annual meeting, which is going to be a little different this year. Flo Bertano from Dr. Cog is going to be facilitating that meeting for us, having a conversation about rural resilience and specifically economic development priorities for the county overall. And then you're going to be, you already have an invite in your inboxes for then a breakfast meeting that following morning, February 9th, to discuss more specifically economic development priorities for the county. Really hoping that the three of you are going to be able to make that meeting. I think in some respects, having to reschedule the retreat this is one of the positives. I'm hoping we can reschedule that retreat for after these events, assuming the three of you are able to make that, with the thought that I'm kind of hoping that puts the economic development need and priority in your heads as we then start discussing goals for the coming year and what that might mean. So just a heads up there that you've got those meetings sitting in your inbox. And then finally, I am going to be out of the office on Thursday. I'm taking a quick trip to Florida to check on my mom, gone for the weekend, but back in the office on Monday. So I don't know if you want to, how we want to go ahead and get this retreat date scheduled.
Could we look now?
If you want to do it now, we can.
If we have time, yeah.
Yeah, I suggest the 13th.
Works for me.
Of February?
Oh, wait a minute.
February 13th.
It doesn't work for me. I'm going to be in a conference in Florida. Because Sunday's the Super Bowl, right? The
When are you
11th.
leaving for the conference?
On the 11th, and I get back on Wednesday night, the 14th.
I mean, it doesn't have to be a Tuesday.
I literally just scheduled this yesterday. 20th is the day after President's Day.
Yes, you see me.
Wait, dragging out too long.
We're supposed to have a meeting on the 20th.
Oh, man.
I'll be in Canada by then. I moved my trip out 3 weeks, by the way.
The 15th and the 16th. Look okay. for
The
me.
one works. for
I have
me.
I have a 12 to 1. I can, that's not an important one. It's Front Range Passenger Rail Lunch and Learn thing, which I thought they'd canceled those, so.
I have a noon.
15th works for me. 14th does not. You're traveling on the 14th, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I have a noon at 1:30 on the 15th. Otherwise, I'm good.
yeah, I think it's the 15th and 16th are wide open for me.
Is that one you can potentially skip or that we would just need to take a break for?
We
Yeah.
would.
Noon to 1:30.
It would be a hard one to skip, but not impossible.
Okay.
We can plan around it.
Yeah, we can take a break. It's, heavy lifting that day anyway. It's nice to get a break and then George can work while we rest our brains.
The previous retreat, oh, it was scheduled all day. Okay.
Well, we didn't really, it was blocked on your calendar. It's just because we didn't have an agenda yet, but I'll get one set up and we can decide.
Okay, so
So February 15th?
February 15th, right?
Okay.
And so I'll just block out the whole
8:30?
day. Yeah, yep. Yeah, assume it's an all-day thing, 8:30 to 4:30 or whatever.
We'll send you a meeting invite.
That wasn't hard.
One of the things that will be on the agenda is the board rules, and I'll send them to you in advance, about a week or two in advance, just for you to review.
Okay,
Those board rules.
then we'll decide whether we want to follow them or not at that retreat. Is that
Yeah, it's
correct?
going to be a bunch of bullet points essentially, that's going to give you ideas to pull from, and then hopefully we'll have an interaction where I can discuss with you what you'd like, what you don't want, and then I'll put a final document together,
It's like our last chance to constrain future boards, right?
right?
Yeah, right, which can be overturned at the first meeting of the next administration.
It'll take a little bit of inertia to do that.
Let me
though.
go ahead and probably schedule that somewhere else too. other than this room, so, to be fair.
Okay,
Maybe on the east side of the district for a change. Although we
well,
probably
that's too
do.
far. I would never drive that far
Have
for
to
a
do it to
BoCC
Jeffco.
meeting.
Yeah.
Like somewhere on Witter Gulch, I'm thinking, probably you've got miles.
Brookville
You're
Station.
living. Okay, anything else?
That's it.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is one that has me a little bit puzzled. The opening of the sealed bid, that just the titling, the wording of the opening of the sealed bid for the Clear Creek County 2024 legal newspaper, which begs the question, do we also have consideration for an illegal newspaper? The way it's worded just left me a little confused.
Beth stole it directly from the statute.
Oh, okay. Huh.
The county must open a sealed bid of the county's legal newspaper.
So that statute was probably written by an attorney, is that correct?
Probably.
Someone who's
Likely.
well steeped in linguistics, I presume.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
In
thank
this
you.
country, I think we can be pretty sure there aren't many illegal news agencies, thankfully.
Are you sure?
Yeah, and maybe another one for a fake newspaper as well. Okay, so the opening of the sealed bid for the,
Drum roll.
So we opened it so that we could put your packet together for the resolution of legal newspaper for 2024. The prices were the same as last year, except the price for an affidavit increased. And Chris, do you, that increased cost in the affidavit?
Yeah, that is totally out of my realm.
Podium, please.
Oh,
Can you come to the podium, please?
Oh, yes, of course.
I just wasn't sure what that was.
Yeah, and like I said, that's totally out of my realm of
Okay.
newspaper. I can get you the name of the person. I can email that to you today.
Okay,
But yeah, I have nothing to do with that.
yeah, that was the only change. Otherwise, the cost to do legal ads and everything remained the same as last year. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry. Surprise.
so no change from the one we approved last year,
Right.
basically. Okay. Any discussion? If there is none, do I have a motion?
Well, we have the motion is on the consent agenda
Oh, okay,
for the reso, sorry.
okay. We do have that on the consent.
Yes, sir.
All right, it was a long consent agenda, sorry.
No, that's right. It is
Is anybody else not online?
number 3 on the consent.
What'd you say, George?
Anybody else's internet down?
Mine's fine.
Yeah.
That's working.
WPN,
Try again.
Megan's taking all the bandwidth.
Don't jinx it, please.
All right,
We're doing-
so thank you for that update. If we have no discussion, then I think we just move on to the next item since it's considered on the consent agenda, correct, Peter?
Yes.
Okay, the next item, therefore, is local liquor. We now will convene as the local liquor license authority in consideration of approval of a special event liquor permit for Mill Creek Valley Historical Society, Nanette Reimer. And then we have another one following. We have two items on there. Also for Two Bears Den.
Correct. Good morning again. First one just requires a head nod. The Mill Creek Valley Historical Society is wanting to serve alcohol at their Mardi Gras fundraiser event at the Dumont School. And there were two things I needed to note on the memo. The hearing date indicated 2023. I apologize for that. It was 2024, obviously. And there was only one departmental comment that came in prior to preparing your memo, but I received comments from all the others except the sheriff. And all of those departments have indicated the application is fine.
Okay,
What's the date and time?
It is February 10th at 4 to 10.
okay. Peter, let me ask you a question. I know Nanette said this just requires a head nod. It does say consent agenda. You know, does that mean that we still need a motion or not?
No,
We
no,
do
just
not?
the head nod is fine.
Okay. You got it.
Right, perfect. And then
Next item, the action item.
the next one, if we may. This is a transfer of ownership for Two Bears Den LLC. And Megan, if there is a Crystal Halfley or Natalie Jacobs online, hopefully they will be joining us this morning.
Chris is available.
Okay,
Okay, so should we start with the staff report on this?
we can do that.
Okay, let's do that.
Everything looked fine for the application. This business applied to transfer ownership of the full license. They also applied for a temporary permit to allow them to operate, which you recall signing and ratifying December-ish. I don't have that date in front of me. I apologize. The only thing that we need to address for a change of ownership is the character of the applicants. And in completing the background check, their fingerprints came back fine. There was one charge for, I believe that was for Natalie back in 2007. And I apologize, Chris, if I have that wrong, for a DUI, but she had submitted a letter stating that she did not feel that that would be a problem for her to operate this establishment.
Okay. I think the next item would be to ask the applicant if they have any comments they'd like to make.
I tried to promote Chris to a panelist and they declined, but I will allow them to talk if they would like.
Does he know to do
Does that work?
so if he's on his phone?
Oh, can you hear us, Chris?
Yes, I can.
Excellent.
Yeah, do you have anything you would like to say regarding your application?
No.
Okay. It's not necessary. Just want to give you we need to give you the opportunity. So thank you. And then I think also public comment. We need to know if there's any public comment in the room or online regarding this application, since we're in a public hearing. Nobody in the room, anybody online?
No hands raised.
Okay, discussion?
I'm curious about something. I know that I think I know that this property was purchased by Ryan Sons a few years ago. And there was some question about the length of the lease. And now that there's potentially new ownership of that mine, like what is the long-term prospect for the viability of this business? Can anyone answer that?
I was thinking the same thing. I have no idea.
Does the applicant have any comment for that?
We have the lease, I think, for 3 more years and with an option of 5 more. But
Okay.
since the quarry was sold, I haven't heard what's going on at this point.
Okay, yeah, that satisfies my curiosity. Thank you.
Yeah. Do you have another question?
No questions, just a comment. I just would note that while the fire authority did sign off on this referral, they noted minor violations and then said they're okay with licensing. I presume that either means that there's an intent to cure those violations or it's already been done. I just want to note that for the record that we're approving this while it has some minor fire violations.
That, I would agree with your concerns. Kelly Babian is, I don't want to say notorious, but a lot of his comments are that way, that there's, minor things that have to be corrected, but he has always done that on applicants that he feels are willing to work with him to get things corrected. If there was anything major, I don't think he would have signed off on it.
Okay.
Yeah, he characterizes the violations as minor.
Right.
in his report.
And it's actually good that he's pointed that out to the new purchasers of the place so that they can be aware of it and get something
Get
done
them
about it.
addressed, absolutely.
It can be something as, I know from talking to him in the past, he tries to be very thorough and it can be something as simple as an electrical outlet that's a little bit loose, but if, the way they're occasionally installed to try to flush them and the electrician will leave the screw a little long and that there's some play in the outlet. He'll even note those things,
Right.
So does the applicant have any comment? Do you, I presume, is it safe to presume you intend to cure those violations?
The past owner actually did address most of those. I think there's one other item that we need to look at.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anything else.
All right, thank you. Okay, do we have any further discussion? If not, a motion?
I move we approve the transfer of ownership application for Two Bears LLC. Tappan Zee.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Mr. Chair,
Excellent.
Yes.
as you move into the consent agenda, I was a little remiss in my update. Aaron Crowley's in the audience. He's got a couple items on our consent agenda. And I just wanted to remind us all that we did remove the interim tag from his title to make him our permanent EMS director, which we're quite pleased with.
Congratulations.
Big shoes to fill, but he's more than up for the task, and it became very clear during our process that he was the best person for the role moving forward. So I just want to welcome him to the team and to that permanent role. So thank you.
And this was mentioned.
Conversations at the state, your old boss, Sean Caffrey, says hello and congratulations, and he confirmed that we made a good choice.
I was just looking under the table and then trying to think of the size of Brian's shoes, and I imagine how big shoes to fill.
Similar sentiment from the fire authority board. We're very excited.
Thank you.
Okay, on to the consent agenda. We have a total of 16 items on the consent agenda today. The first question is of either of my fellow commissioners, do you have anything that you'd like to pull from the consent agenda for discussion and separate consideration?
I have a couple of comments during the discussion of the motion.
Just kind of curious if this might be a new land speed record in terms of the number of items.
Yeah, and that's, and so George, I guess the question I would have for you then is when you say you have some stuff that you'd like to have some discussion on, does that mean that it would be one that is it any discussion that would potentially remove it at that point in time? In which case we should probably remove it now.
Nope,
Okay.
just some comments during discussion of the motion.
Yeah,
Okay.
I have one comment too, but you can wait also.
Nothing that would derail the item. Okay. In that case, I'll read the consent agenda. Item number 1, consideration of approval of the warrant register. Item number 2, consideration approval of resolution 24-01, a resolution setting days and hours of operation for county offices and allowing for suspension of certain in-person clerk and recorder services on November 5th, the day of the general election. Item number 3, consideration of approval of resolution 24-03, a resolution to designate the legal newspaper for Clear Creek County 2024 publications. Item number 4, consideration of approval of the application of payment for final settlement of the construction costs related with the Jones Pass Road Improvement Project. Item 5 is consideration of approval of ratification of 2022 5311 Transit Grant Award for the Clear Creek County Roundabout Transit Service. Item number 6, consideration of approval of the 2023 Highway User Tax Fund Mileage Certification. Item number 7, consideration of approval of resolution 24-07, appointment of member to the Clear Creek County Tourism Bureau Board of Directors. Item number 8, consideration of approval of Resolution 24-12, a resolution designating the Board of County Commissioners meeting schedule for 2024. Item number 9, consideration of approval of Resolution 24-06 to certify tax levies for Clear Creek County. Item number 10, consideration of approval of Resolution 24-10, a resolution to designate depositories for Clear Creek County in 2024. Item number 11, consideration of approval of Resolution 24-11, a resolution to revise the Clear Creek County investment policy. Item number 12, consideration of approval of the HGAC buy contract with Clear Creek County Emergency Medical Services. Item number 13, consideration of approval of Resolution 24-15, a resolution setting emergency telephone charge for the calendar year for 2024. Item number 14, consideration of approval of Evergreen Fire Protection District Maintenance Intergovernmental Agreement for Clear Creek County Emergency Medical Services. Item number 15, consideration of approval of change order contract for the Clear Creek County Shooting Range. Item number 16, consideration of approval of an intergovernmental agreement between the County of Clear Creek and Gilpin Ambulance Authority. So any discussion on any of these comments? Welcome at this time. Sean, you mentioned you had some.
I just have a quick question for Aaron. Did you see the email last week or 2 weeks ago about the new ground ambulance licensing application?
I did an hour and submitted hours.
Perfect.
Oh.
Thanks.
Yeah, George was pointing out that we need to technically make the motion and then have discussion.
right.
So go ahead, George.
Move we approve the consent agenda as read. I also brought you a glass of water. Excellent job. Thank you.
Did my voice sound brutal? or-
No.
Item number 16, we all knew you had done yeoman's work.
Second.
We've had a motion and a second. I stand corrected. Sean, would you now like to state your comment again on the?
I just want to point out that at the meeting last week, the new statewide ground ambulance licensing, they were saying that some forward-thinking, proactive agencies had already done the application, although most hadn't. And I'm just happy to report we're one of them.
Cool. Very good.
Awesome. Just a couple of things from me. For members of the public on these consent agendas, there's a lot of exciting stuff happening all the time, and I like to point out what they are. 4 items I want to highlight. Number 2, setting days and hours allowing for suspension of the clerk and recorder services on November 5th. That's election day. I just want you to know I reached out to the clerk and recorder to make sure that people will still be able to register to vote on that day, and they will be. So everyone will. Item number 4, grateful to Road and Bridge for getting the Jones Pass Road Improvement Project complete. I'm sure that our partners at the Henderson Mine are very happy and excited. Item number 5, transit grant award for Clear Creek County Roundabout. Thank you, Beth. Item number 12, the HGAC buy contract with Clear Creek County Emergency Medical Services. Thank you, Aaron. This is just evidence that we're continuing to get better at expanding our purchasing power and doing what we do. So those are the comments from me.
I have none. So that said, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So now we are in regular session again for a roundabout transit assessment with FHU Engineering.
That's me. Okay, change seats. We're gonna come up here.
Yes, there should be.
I want
There's a plug right under.
Yes, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
perfect. Thank you.
Here, I can-
No, that's great. Unfortunately, we'll probably need it.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you.
Yep.
and Megan can show your PowerPoint if you want her to.
Okay, that would be great. From my computer, or do you want me to give you a drive? Is that easier?
If you could either send it to me or you could share it from your screen too. I could, if you join the, Zoom.
Let me, oh, okay, did you send?
Is it in the packet, Beth?
Yeah, it is. in the
Okay, I'll
packet.
just do that.
She'll pull it.
Okay,
for
perfect.
us. Yeah. So I'm gonna,
Yeah.
oh yeah, or you can sit here.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. Musical chairs.
Okay.
Okay. I think.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, boy. All right, it's weird to be over here. Good morning. First of all, I would like to introduce Sonore Goodmanson. He is our new transit supervisor for Clear Creek County. So welcome. He has a background in finance, which I think and I believe that will be very helpful to the transit program in terms of controlling expenses. I'd also like to introduce Kelly Ledbetter. She is from FHU Engineering. We are extremely grateful to have been selected by FHU. FHU is the leading transit expert in the state of Colorado and guiding many transit agencies, including CDOT. So I am Beth Luther, as you know, Operations Director. Transit is one of my teams. The commissioners have prioritized effective and efficient management of all county departments with careful cost controls. This transit assessment was initiated to meet the commissioners and our organization's expectations of the most efficient use of our budget. Since the county absorption of transit as a department in 2020, staff believes it was time for a third-party assessment from a transit expert. We wrote and received an FTA 5304 grant award of $40,000, which required a $10,000 match from the county. The intent of the assessment was to review, analyze, and make recommendations related to operations and finances, specifically to identify what is working and what we need to improve. Staff believes this assessment would result in an action plan to guide the county's transit program into the future with the commissioner's priorities at hand. So brief history, I know some of you might remember already. We tried transit in 2015 with a program called CC Rider. This phased out after a year with little ridership due to lack of PR and lack of driver availability. Transit is a big machine. It requires specific staff to really control all its moving parts. In 2018, the county established a transit partnership with SRC, Senior Resource Center, to provide a transit program called the Prospector, which also provided access for residents to the doctor, the pharmacy, and essential services. The county contributed capital program dollars to compensate SRC for administration and grant application matches. During this time, the county was contributing 100 to 150, providing transit 5 days a week between 9 a.m. to 5 a.m. and operated by SRC. At the same time, CDOT agreed to have a Mustang stop in Idaho Springs as long as the county had a transit service. With the Prospector, the county has since hosted Mustang, Outrider, and now a Pegasus stop. During the same year, the county, in partnership with Gilpin County, engaged FHU in a transit assessment to set expectations and recommendations for transit in the two counties. One such recommendation in this first and initial plan was to connect local transit to the Evergreen area to connect with RTD and FlexRide. It is important to note that Mustang, Outrider, and Pegasus do not have a stop in the Evergreen area. Hence, the county transit program is the only public transportation to get Clear Creek County residents and visitors to dental and medical specialists and veteran services in the Evergreen area. During the COVID-19 pandemic, SRC left the transit industry altogether, which would have left the county residents and visitors with no local public transportation. Staff encouraged the county commissioners to absorb the transit program as a county department, and the commissioners agreed at that time. With the transfer of SRC FTA grants and the county contribution, the county transit program began. At this time, the bus operated 5 to 7 days a week, and in 2021 had a cost of around $500,000. However, the program received several COVID-19 grant funding, reducing the county's general fund contribution. Staff strongly engaged in grant writing and transit training, and luckily secured the longtime transit drivers that worked for SRC as county employees and restarted the program in July of 2020. Through additional grant writing, staff obtained funding for a branding of the county transit system, resulting in the new name Roundabout and the colorful buses. As the pandemic left us, the federal transit awards ended and the cost of the program at approximately $500,000. And as the county better understood its looming fiscal cliff, the commissioners asked staff to better review, analyze, and reduce transit program costs. With the $500,000 cost for the budget of transit, staff obtained approximately $200K a year in grants, leaving a $300K asked to the general fund. With the commissioner's priorities in mind, staff eliminated driver positions, ended transit service on Sundays, reduced routes to Evergreen, and shortened driver shifts per day to save money. The commissioners recently agreed to fund the transit program up to $250,000 a year until the end of 2025. Beyond that timeframe, staff looks to the commissioners for direction and will work hard to research and secure as much grant funding as possible. County ridership continues to grow for residents and visitors, enabling 23% of the county that is categorized as 0 to 1 car families access to food, medicine, doctors, and importantly, work. Following discussions with local businesses, Roundabout staff learned the transit service increased the workforce capacity and enabled residents to live and work in the same community. Okay, that's enough of me. Now it's time for Kelly to present her findings and recommendations in her assessment of the Roundabout.
So my name is Kelly Ledbetter. I work for a firm called Salzburg, Holt and Oliving, which is the FHU. We're a team of transportation planners, transit planners, civil engineers, work at, different levels, just locally at the county level, at the statewide level. We've been doing a lot of work with CDOT on their statewide transit plan as well, and thinking about, what the integration of a local service like Clear Creek County service to the statewide system looks like. There's a lot of momentum in that space happening. So like Beth said, we had an opportunity to work alongside county staff in 2018, and then again on a successful grant, which is, what's funding the new buses that are coming this spring. And so we just, it's a privilege really to be able just to come alongside staff and identify, what's working well, what should we continue to be doing, and what could be refined and improved upon. We want to ensure that, the Roundabout and staff is continuing to be a responsible steward of the funding that they receive, both locally and from CDOT and the federal government. And we want to make sure that, there's just an efficient use of all the funds that are coming in. So we completed this by reviewing information from both the rider perspective and the technical perspective. We analyzed existing data and we made recommendations specifically related to the day-to-day operations, as well as some considerations for future finances. So this included about a 2-month process in meeting with Roundabout staff on a weekly basis. There's many others in the room who we also had conversations with, just for context. And we had multiple discussions with the drivers to get their perspective and just understand what they're seeing on a daily basis, what their experience is like. And we also met with representatives from CDOT and DRCOG. So this kind of quick process resulted in the identification of some key refinements to make in the near term and some key funding opportunities that should be prioritized to secure funding to target, the funding that can be secured in the future. So we started by, so here's the agenda. We've done introductions, kind of talked about the purpose. We'll give you a glimpse into the community profile. A lot of this is likely demographic information that you are aware of. But at the onset, we wanted to inventory the county's demographics and specifically look at those cohorts of members of the communities that may have unique transportation and travel needs. So we considered the households, and Beth mentioned this, with no or one vehicle, which is nearing 23% of the county's population. And that's important because if residents have limited or no access to a vehicle, they have to rely on others to get around. And so that includes taking transit. In the absence of transit, that's walking, that's biking, that's hitchhiking, that's carpooling with neighbors, carpooling with family. And that's all just to meet their basic needs on a daily basis. So transit has a really key role in supporting those households. Similarly, limited or low income households, it's important to consider this segment of the population because they have reduced financial means to afford a vehicle or afford just the costs that come with probably the most expensive option of driving an independent vehicle. And so again, are more dependent upon a service like the roundabout. Children under 18, which, you know, is a couple years older than the driving age, but we can't pull that out of the census by age, but children are a huge component because with, you know, almost, I think that's 13% of the overall population are children under 18. So they cannot drive. They have to rely upon others. And so having a service where they can rely on transit to meet their basic needs, that alleviates the burden then on maybe parents or aunts and uncles, older siblings, things like that.
I just want to know, the kids ride the bus better than the adults. They know to be at the stop on time. They stand at the bus stop and wait for the bus, not waiting inside of the gas station. And they know how to read
They
the
know,
schedule like
sure.
a champ.
And they don't interrupt the driver.
Yes.
And that helps, and that helps them get to like
Yes.
work and school and stuff.
And the rec center
Meetings
and
Stuff like
Mhm.
that. That's good.
Yeah.
they're very good riders.
Interestingly with children too, I mean, there's a long game there. I think that like if you grow up taking the bus and have that autonomy and independence, like thinking about the decisions you make then as an adult of seeing that, you know, having that as a part of your life. And even if you still have a car, there may be times when you just don't want to drive because you want to be able to take the bus to dinner, or you want to be able to take the bus, you know, on the weekends or something like that. So yeah, it's something, you know, that plays out over generations, but I do think the more that a system is accessible for children to take the bus, yeah, and have that experience.
So the more it builds a ridership culture long
Yeah.
term, for the population as a whole by starting as children.
Yeah, and just
Yeah.
having, you know, a positive experience, even
Mhm.
with, you know, with parents or then like when they're in middle school and high school independently. And we know that, you know, busing with the school district is a challenge as well. So the more we can do to offset that through this program is important. Older adults. So the availability, the quality of transportation options are really important factors as people are thinking about where they want to live in retirement. And even if they can still drive, have the ability to drive, some just prefer the freedom of not having to drive anymore. And so particularly with those older adults and the expectation that that cohort of the overall population is anticipated to increase, we really want to make sure that this is an opportunity that they can still be engaged in the community. They can, you know, get to their medical appointments. They can meet their daily needs. They can go to social, recreational opportunities.
Yep.
And so, yeah, according to Dr. Cog, certainly, you were saying more than 25% of those 60 or older live alone.
Yes.
So just thinking about the social implications, the community implications of those that are living by themselves or maybe in a more isolated environment, particularly having that experience. I mean, I think the driver shared, it's like, this is the best part of some people's day.
Yeah.
You know,
Just to
when they
get out
get
of
to
the
see
house.
other people and they get to, you know, go up to Evergreen to get groceries or, you know, to go to an appointment. So
Yeah. And you
um,
guys know Donna Klein is always at the town halls asking about roundabouts. So yes.
Yeah, and then lastly, communities of color. So communities of color have historically been underserved throughout the country. And so transportation and transit access for residents give an opportunity to often positively influence that quality of life in ways that has historically not been, I think, considered or prioritized. And so we wanted to get a glimpse, and, you know, this really just served as an exercise to understand the unique composition of the county, where we think it's headed in terms of the changing demographics, you know, the increase in the older population. And yeah, just understand kind of who are we serving and reaffirm why service is needed in the county and understanding. And I think I own a vehicle, I have access to a vehicle. Sometimes I forget that isn't a convenience provided and afforded to everybody.
Mhm.
And even if it is, sometimes there are just situations when you don't want to drive, you don't want to have to drive, you know, or you're making a connection or something like that. So those are all just considerations kind of as a baseline. One other unique data point that we considered on the next slide here is the Housing and Transportation Affordability Index. So this presents information regarding the often kind of overlooked expenditure that comes with driving and owning a vehicle. So I think historically we've understood, no more than 30% of, you know, your household income towards housing, but not addressing the transportation and really acknowledging that housing and transportation really interact to ultimately impact the affordability.
So can you go back to the last slide for a second? Real quick. So I have a question. If this were drawn as a Venn diagram, The two of those numbers, the upper right and lower left, are mutually exclusive, other than my wife might argue that I have a mental age of about 13, so I'm older adults and children under 18. But for the most part, those are mutually exclusive. Otherwise, there's a lot of overlap. Do you have the number for what the total amount of our population, percentage of our population that falls into one or more of these categories would be? Do you know that number? I assume that it's easily
The final-
computed. I don't want to derail this conversation right now but it's one that's important. To me, that's important to know because our transit is there to serve all of these
Right.
people. And it would be good to know what the total percentage of the population is that it's for whom this is critical and it falls into that. And not that it isn't useful to everyone else too, but if you don't know that number right off the bat, it's just one that wouldn't.
Yeah, we could look back at, so this is pulled from the US Census and specifically the American Community Survey. And you're right, like the likelihood even that a lower income household has 0 or 1 vehicle is pretty great, right? So there's some overlap there. And it would be hard to deduce even, an older adult that also identifies as someone who has a disability. And so
It's hard to break that apart.
yeah, it would be hard to break that apart because of the way in which the census asks its questions.
I was surprised about the disability population, how great that is.
If you add this all up, it's about 86%. And I know that not 86% of the population, that's my point.
That's right.
Yeah, so
That's right.
50%, 30%, 40%, because that's weighs really heavily. It looks like whatever it is, it's going to be a fairly good sized percentage of the population that falls into one or more of these categories.
Sorry, I had to step out for a second, but I think I
Sure.
caught the end of that. My question is the 0 or 1 vehicle households, 22.9%. Is that specifically Clear Creek County or is that a representative of?
That's specifically for the county, as it's identified in the census. So they
And there's a big difference
ask,
between 0 and 1.
there is, so these are, it's basically 2 lines in the overall table in the census where they ask. So 0, we have that pulled separately. Let me see if I have that noted here. And then decided to include the 1 vehicle household, just recognizing that even if a household does have access to a vehicle, there's often 2 or 3 people reliant on that vehicle then. And so there's still this, coordination and jockeying on a daily basis to figure out how to meet everybody's transportation needs. Or that's resulting in carpooling, or it's resulting in, longer trips because to get, to the store and then to the school and then to a workplace. And then, so it's a good starting point. It's not an end all be all as to why you would provide transit service, but also recognizing kind of to the next slide that we were getting at for the housing and transportation index, to say, hey, if there's a choice or really only the ability to have access, 1 vehicle per household, that changes decisions on a daily basis.
Yeah,
Like
there was a
for that
long time
household.
in here in the United States where you had 0 or 1 vehicles, like when I was a kid.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and now
Same.
that I think particularly, in a more spread out county like Clear Creek County, that makes it difficult.
Yeah.
And so when that reliance kind of on a daily basis for most households is to have access to 2 or 3 vehicles, it certainly at least reveals to us a potential need, I would say.
I would just point out there are a lot of families that would probably report in the census that they have more than 1 vehicle. And maybe there's something like, maybe they live a lifestyle similar to mine where it took 2 vehicles for me to have 1 vehicle to drive to work today. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Fortunately, one of them was willing to start.
I really don't want to. A perfect example is a friend of mine that used to live in Empire that had a Nissan pickup and he had the clutch go out and he knew he was handy enough to fix his own clutch. So he got a second one to drive while he was fixing the clutch on the first one. And then that gave him alternating pickups to drive as the clutches kept going out.
Oh my
He was
gosh.
fixing repeatedly. And he finally had both of them down at once and was unable to drive. And I said, "Did you learn a lesson?" He said, "Yeah." And I said, "What's that?" He said, "You got to have 3 of them." And
He's definitely friends with my
hire
husband.
somebody that knows how to fix the clutch.
I have 3 of them, yeah.
But anyway, so I digress.
And there's just, I think, that's a very, I don't know, that is a unique position of being able to afford just the gas, the insurance, the maintenance, the, you know, the title, the licensing. And I think for many in the community that this is just a snapshot of, but starts to give us a glimpse. There are many in the community that that's just not a financial reality, or that's just not a desired reality. I mean, I think increasingly there are segments of the population too, like, I don't want the hassle of a car. I want to figure out where to park it. I don't want to figure out how to maintain it. I don't, you know, and so recognizing that with all of those different dimensions and preferences, or just financial realities, there is this need, and I think arguably a growing need then for this service to exist and to support those. And so again, this was not the end all be all by any means for decision making. We will talk a little bit, right? So this is data that's reflective of the county as a whole, but we do have some recommendations to drill down into some of this data for the population that's actually riding the bus. So conducting a rider survey pretty immediately to understand too, where are people starting and ending their trip? You know, is that 60% here in Georgetown? Is, you know, 20% Empire? Like, where are those trips beginning and ending? Where are people trying to get to and from? And that demographic information, we've built this survey to have that on an annual basis will be really important to understand how some of these demographics change over time, specific to the ridership base. So this gives us a glimpse, right? Because the census is pretty readily available and we can access it into just the population as a whole. But then I think with the surveying of the riders specifically, you'll likely see a lot of these metrics increase, or, you know, be even higher if people are willing to self-report that information. So. But yeah, as we've talked about, this is the Housing and Transportation Affordability Index. Again, it's just another kind of easily accessible metric to understand how much of a household income, income is going towards housing and transportation.
Is this an average?
It is an average, yep. And then I think this is like the regional moderate average. So the H&T index contends that, or, you know, defines affordability as both housing and transportation costs totaling no more than 45%. So it's to say, you know, you may be a one vehicle household, but if you live in a locationally efficient place where someone of the household could maybe walk to work or bike to work or take transit, that would reduce your overall cost going towards housing and transportation on a, say, weekly, a monthly basis in ways that you could spend a bit more on housing. You see that in urban areas a lot, right? Like your cost for housing may be quite a bit higher, but then your cost for transportation is lower. But I think the key takeaway here is noting that residents are spending, you know, 10% more than the recommendation on their housing and transportation costs. And so the amount
to other in
compare,
Colorado.
yeah,
or-
actually nation, this was regional moderate. So I think this is compared to the region, to say, yeah, it's 10% greater than that recommendation. And you know, that just, again, limits the amount of remaining income that can be spent on other things. So anything a community can do to alleviate, you know, there's a big housing component to this. There's also a big transportation component to this. And within transportation, transit is one of those components. But if you can start to move the needle a bit on the overall cost of transportation for residents by providing, you know, a low or no cost alternative, that would allow for more funds to be freed up to go towards housing in an area where housing can be very expensive, or free up more income just to spend on other things. So again, yeah, if that's, you know.
Before we move on from the slide, I just want to point out, taking our data is bimodal, right? We have one group of residents that largely have professional jobs and spend probably a lot on transportation and housing, right? And they live in fairly nice houses. And then we have another sort of mode, right, in our distribution that is lower income folks that tend to work locally, live locally. What I know from our housing needs assessments is that even their housing costs get us above that 45%. So I just want to point out to folks that 56% really might not be talking about anybody that actually lives in Clear Creek County, because we've got a big group of people that are closer to the right side of that line and a big group of people that are a lot farther towards the wrong side of that line.
Yeah, this is specific to Clear Creek County, but I think to your point, there's probably a segment of the population that's lower, right at that 45 or 50% of a larger income. And then there's segments of the population who are at the 70, 75% of a low, a smaller income on a monthly basis in ways that if, 65, 70, 72, 74%, of your income is going towards housing and transportation, that leaves very little income, to spend on other things, even just to meet your daily needs. So yeah, it's again, one of those kind of imperfect, but potentially revealing metrics that we like to start to look at, to understand. And again, just to really think about the roundabout's role in providing an affordable alternative. And really just the way that, it's one variable that's contributing to these types of, metrics. Sure. So there's a lot more, kind of information that we have, but we want to just at least give a snapshot of that. One of the other kind of key starting points was to conduct a ridership and operational analysis. And so we looked at the total ridership through 2022 and 2023. So the 23 months from January 2022 through November of last year. There was, a reduction that was seen in ridership from 2022 to 2023. So we really wanted to tailor some of our near-term and immediate recommendations, which we'll talk about here shortly, on kind of course correcting and getting back to that level that we've seen in previous years, and we know that's possible to get to. A lot of variables that I'm sure Beth has shared as to maybe why we're starting to see that, certainly getting back, 2022 being a bit more reflective, I think, still of pandemic conditions when we think about financial, realities with households, and now, getting back to maybe new kind of patterns and habits and things.
We also changed our routes over that same time frame.
There was a slight,
We reduced to meet budget
Much
constraints.
more obvious
What was the
explanation.
date? What was the date that we reduced that? Yeah, I was gonna ask the same
Um,
question. So,
It was oh God, I'm trying to think. It was probably kind of at the end of 20, going into 23.
That's what I was,
Budget, we reduced to the 250. And so, from the general fund. And so that's when we eliminated driver positions and took Evergreen from 3 days to 1 day.
so the usefulness of the service, so we basically cut the budget in half
Mhm.
and right about where that drop is.
Mhm.
And therefore, the usefulness of the service overall was probably less. That's just an assumption I'm making. And what I see is a decline since that time where it had been building. And so I think the usefulness of the service has a lot to do with whether people use it or not. There may have been some people that had options and they chose this option, but once the usefulness was down,
You're right.
they tended to fall off more and more and just revert back to the car because they couldn't get where they wanted to go when they want to go. So doesn't seem to me like it's, I don't feel it as a trend away from a desire for having this kind of service, but if the service is not effectively useful to them, then they're unable to accomplish their goals, then they don't have a reason to use it.
We were driving a few people to work with the original hours and routes, but they've since dropped off when we reduced the budget.
Couldn't get to work on time.
Mhm. Yeah, and we looked in, so there's an attachment to the overall assessment, so to the document, an appendix or attachment, and it really looked in like hour by hour, by route, what those patterns are. So some of these recommendations, and on this, like a lot of that midday service in 2022 was the most popular. So to make some efficiencies or, to gain some efficiencies, it would be reducing some of those hours in the morning and in the evenings to really capture that midday ridership that we know is there, and we see that in the data. So again, this is just a snapshot. I will kind of go, we can to the next slide. There's two slides here that I think may be a little more revealing of the kind of current operating things. So it's kind of 4 industry standards that we think about when we look at the overall efficiencies, I would say, and the productivity and overall service. One is cost per mile. So that's the total operating cost divided by the number of miles operated. And that gives you and shows you the average cost, over a mile for a route. There's the cost per rider. So the total cost divided by the total number of passengers that are boarding. And so that shows and reveals the actual cost of service for each passenger. There's the boardings per mile, the number of passengers over the length, that are getting on and off the bus. And so for rural rural and inner city routes, this number is usually under the passenger per mile. And then there's the boardings per hour. But again, the number of people getting on and off the bus per hour. So we broke it down by the two kind of primary routes, not the Loveland route, but local and Evergreen. And I think what's revealing on the next slide, we did a bit of a peer comparison just to understand where the roundabout falls. So these are metrics that compare the services just around the state. So you see the Chaffey Shuttle and Chaffey County, Archuleta County, City of Cripple Creek, and then looking through, we wanted to, really look at some of the peers that are have a similar number of annual boardings. So this is reflective of 2022 because 2023 has not been reported yet. This has to be reported to a national database. And so, it makes it readily available for us. And for us, I think the key takeaway here is, Clear Creek is kind of right in the middle of those peers. I would say the Chaffey Shuttle is kind of the most akin to Clear Creek County in terms of the number of boardings per year, the average annual miles, right? The Chaffey County kind of covers a geographic area similar, it's kind of spread out more. So you see the annual miles pretty high. The number of hours, right? So that's a reflection of the number of days you're providing service and the hours per day. And so when you look at the cost per rider, Clear Creek County, just under $33 per rider. And so that's slightly lower. And then for the Chaffey Shuttle, that's around $34. But really that boardings per hour for that 2.9 for this type of service in a county is pretty spot on to what we see around the state and even around the region.
It's pretty obvious what these differences stem from. The two cities that are shown, obviously, because it's just a city and not a whole county.
So much smaller, that's right.
Dense, and that shows in the annual miles driven versus, when you're looking at 20 to 30,000 miles versus 150 to 60,000 miles, that's a gigantic difference. You move a similar number of people. If you notice that they're both moving about the same number of people that Clear Creek is, but they're doing it with only about a fifth of miles. So that's pretty obvious why their cost is therefore so much lower. Archuleta County obviously is less populated and has fewer boardings, but they got a fair amount of miles. And so their cost, I look at the cost per rider so much higher. And then Chaffey would be the most similar, like you said, because if you look at the boardings are about the same, the miles are about the same. It's a similar sized county, accomplishing similar goals. And so the cost is almost spot on. So it's like, there doesn't seem to really be a lot of difference in how they operate and how it comes out financially at the end of the day. It just depends on how tight your area is and how many people are getting on it.
Yeah. And so, at least for us, this provided some affirmation, there's no glaring inefficiency that we need to address immediately. These aren't that far off. There are some things, when we looked back at the Evergreen boardings per hour, it's certainly lower than the local route. So when you get to that 2.9, that's being brought up by your local route because there's a lot more boardings happening in Idaho Springs and in Georgetown. But then kind of, brought down because again, getting to Evergreen, it's a longer route. And so that ticks up your annual miles and also then the more miles you drive, typically it's longer hours, that you're servicing and things like that. But again, just kind of relying on that peer information to say, hey, are we kind of in that ballpark? Which is a good and bad, good and bad, because sometimes when it's not, you're like, oh, here's the solution. In this case, it's like, well, okay, let's think about these minor changes, right? That then can go and really, these are the metrics then year over year, your cost per mile, your cost per rider, your boardings per mile, and your boardings per hour that really give you some opportunity to kind of tweak and move those dials a bit. And so that's really what our near-term recommendations was focused on. How do we get that cost per rider down? And some of those variables, right? Like the mileage, can't really change that if we're set on a certain, service. But we can tweak the number of hours per day. And we can also then tweak and hopefully increase and influence the boardings per hour. And then thinking strategically about, well, let's make sure the boardings per hour, the service is offered in those hours that we know the boardings per hour is going to be highest. So, you're not servicing a couple hours and only seeing, say, 2 riders, when another 2 hours of the day would give you 12 riders or something like that. So
I'd be curious to see what these numbers look like for the summit stage.
sure.
It's pretty similarly situated in terms.
I think we pulled Summit
having a
Stage, didn't
number of
we?
municipalities around an unincorporated area to move people
Sure.
from. obviously it's a much more mature system.
Right. Summit Stage, we certainly thought about Summit Stage a lot. We thought about the lift in Winter Park. We
Mhm.
have a bigger table than just these 5, but these ended up being kind of the most comparable when you think about those metrics. But yeah, we could pull Summit Stage, we could pull the lift. Yeah, thinking about some of those agencies that, hey, a decade ago, they were kind of where, y'all are now. And so when you think about where we want to be when we grow up and as the service matures and changes, what is kind of the ability to,
Yeah,
I
made a note.
think for Summit, we already have,
okay.
but yeah, that's not hard to pull. It's a national kind of database and inventory. So kind of the takeaway there, it's really just an opportunity to look for efficiencies to decrease the cost per rider and the cost per hour and increase the boardings per hour. So we considered a handful of service scenarios, and we decided kind of as a team that to go about thinking of the service scenarios, we would really put funding as one of those key metrics, kind of key constraints, to understand, in the near term, we know what that funding is. So let's look at those opportunities to gain some efficiencies, like I said, to move the dials a bit and those variables. And then in the longer term, let's just go through this exercise to understand if funding were to stay the same, what would we do? How would we build on kind of these, recommendations and actions in the near term? If funding were to increase, what could we do? And then also that hard conversation of if funding were to decrease, what would we need to consider? And what would we need to scale back or modify? And so in the near term, there are kind of 3 main, if you go to the next slide, please. So in the near term, we kind of grouped and bucketed the recommendations and the strategies and actions around 3 things: system-wide communication and information updates. So we just recognize that there's some opportunity to be clear in communication, both for the riders and then also for those taking the service. I think there's, in talking with the drivers, there's a segment of the ridership group who know the service back to front, and know where to find you, know how to access. But there's a whole segment who, ride for the first time or have questions. And we really want to make that as easy as possible to understand, to access information. And then also from the kind of thinking about the communications and information, really want the information and data to be tracked more regularly, updated more regularly, and then making that easier on staff to track that information.
I just want to add one thing.
Yeah.
We are looking at kind of a dispatch technology for the transit system. Right now, dispatches Sonore. And on Saturdays, it is the drivers, which I don't feel good about at all. And we wanted to look for a technology that could be visible to us and visible to the riders, almost like an app where it shows exactly where the bus is.
Yeah.
Because as you guys know, we have 9 months of winter and people don't like to stand outside. And, a lot of times they're standing inside the Family Dollar and the bus goes by, and then they're chasing the bus because, they're standing inside Family Dollar. And so we'd really like to look at this app that will do that for us. And it also generates some great reports on finances, number of riders, where they get on, where they get off, how many people. It's kind of neat. And the Office of Info Technology for the state right now has a grant process open that we want to look at to hopefully pay for this software. I think we might be one of the only transit agencies without a formal dispatch program. So we're trying to help the riders and the ridership numbers, and at the same time, help ourselves to know exactly where that bus is.
Yeah. So I think there's just a level of information sharing, information tracking, information collection, kind of internally that can be improved upon. And those improvements now, because of existing technologies in the industry, really, it can range from, you're just contracting to get the software, the platform, all the way to, it's a turnkey service and they are providing everything. And there are, I would say a dozen, but probably half a dozen very reputable companies that offer something on that spectrum, or, hey, we can just provide you with this service and, but something, to start tracking that information. I think in that midterm, thinking about what having an app would look like. So part of our, I noted we talked with CDOT and Dr. Cog. We also talked to a few peer agencies. We talked to Gunnison Valley and their regional service and talked about the platform they use and, got into their, kind of back end of how they track data on a daily basis. So kind of some good ideas about how to kind of cost effectively work towards having a better pulse on information and data, and then that translating out to, just easier information for riders to access. The other kind of bucket of recommendation, did you have?
Kelly
something?
gave us a list of about 8 companies that
think
do that kind
yeah,
of
like it-
work. And Sonore has been setting up our calendar with software demos so we can look at it, understand what the cost is, and try and find something that'll work for us.
Yeah.
You know,
I'll say to, from a funding perspective, which we'll talk about, funding is really around, there's a lot of funding opportunities now for like the tech-enabled softwares and things for transit agencies. So I feel like that's a really growing space in the industry, as well as the funding for fleets, like low and no emission fleets. So the statewide kind of overall vision is by 2030 for there to be 1,000 low or no emission vehicles in the overall transit fleet in the state. And CDOT and even the federal government are really putting kind of their money to their mouth is or money where their mouth is, of putting a lot of funds behind those efforts. So a lot of what we've recommended to prioritize is going after some of that funding. Before any capital can happen though, a fleet transition plan and a facilities plan and things like that are something that need to be completed. So completing those, to set yourself up for kind of that midterm success, thinking about, and I think the same year that Clear Creek got the award for the buses, Winter Park. So again, kind of the lift in Winter Park in the Fraser Valley received funding for their capital facility and are currently doing that, right? So that kind of being one of those next kind of big steps in the life cycle of an agency is making sure that there's a safe space for staff and for the buses and things like that. So we have some of that. And that really relates to this third bullet here, the capital project planning. So recognizing that's not happening in the near term, but there's some foundational steps to put into place in order to even think of that as a possibility, and recognizing that the vast majority increasingly of that funding is coming through these technology and then these spaces that are focused on low and no emission vehicles.
If you could give me like just a quick response on the idea of a permanent maintenance facility. Are we seeing capital needs for maintenance facilities go down as we see vehicles with lower maintenance needs come online?
I don't think it's necessarily lower maintenance needs, but I think it's different maintenance needs. So a lot of these vehicles that are low or no emission, I mean, that's just a completely different space that, mechanics need and just general workforce needs training on. So a lot of the federal grants right now will ask, because the federal government wants to make sure that there's not this like job loss or like job displacement of a technical expertise, related to a diesel bus. And they want to know what type of workforce training you're going to be like putting into place. So that's actually one of like the 6 metrics in a fleet transition plan, or like a fleet and facilities transition plan, is to make sure like that the workforce servicing these vehicles are being equipped and like provided the education and training and expertise. There's a lot of even just statewide initiatives to make sure too that workforce is kind of ready. So I wouldn't say it's less, but different, I guess.
That must be different than the single passenger market, because I know like passenger vehicles, like,
Sure.
there's a market difference in needed necessary maintenance between
Right.
the EV.
And when we say maintenance facility, this would be a space to, I mean, it could be something as simple as a space to house the vehicles. I mean, there's an inefficiency every morning that a driver has to clear off a bus, right? And like wait for it to warm up. There's risk involved in storing buses outside. And so even, it could over time evolve. And yeah, thinking too, like if the desire certainly is to chase, and kind of the recommendation is to go after those funds for low or no emission vehicles, a space to charge those vehicles and think about when are you charging them, where are you charging them, who's responsible for that, and mapping that out kind of from a planning perspective.
Well, I think when you're looking at vehicles that are being used commercially, which are high mileage vehicles, they run a lot of miles.
Mhm.
They are, you're especially your individual passenger vehicle, you're looking at something that's drives less miles in a day.
Mhm.
You go somewhere, you park it, and you drive back later, or, you may do different trips, but, as opposed to a vehicle that is purchased for the purpose of driving only, you bought it to use it all the time. And so commercial vehicles like that cost per mile of maintenance is a really big deal.
Mhm.
EVs cost a lot less per mile
Mhm.
than a long-term strategy could be. And obviously there's infrastructure and capital costs to get there, but a long-term strategy could be to eventually have a fleet and a charging capacity to do that, because your ultimate operational cost can go down
Mhm.
by over the life of the vehicle, a cradle to cradle analysis. That's guess, but that's what seems to be showing up even and so it makes sense it makes sense right off the bat that would be every bit as true in the commercial market as it is in the private vehicle market. But I don't know that. That's something that's worthy of study. That's my intuition.
Yeah.
So if we're seeing that in the one space, we're probably going to see it even more so in the other space, but I could be wrong.
No,
It's
you're
worthy of examination.
spot on. I mean, I think the momentum that we're seeing in like the, kind of individual space is being scaled up quickly. And from an operational perspective, there are gains, but from a capital perspective, because of the amount of funding that is available now in those spaces at the federal and state level, because it aligns with those initiatives, like that is where from a strategy standpoint, the likelihood that you are able to get funding from those sources is significantly higher now and has been in the last 2 years,
Mhm.
and will be for the next 3 years. There's just a handful of kind of federal requirements around the planning and prepping that goes into that. And really, yeah, just having a vision. I will say a consideration, certainly this environment can be difficult for no emission. So one of the key things, on vehicles in the mountainous communities is just the heat, and needing like a diesel heater oftentimes on some of the vehicles. So there are, kind of that exception of the low or no emission, right? Potentially not being able to get to the fully no emission space because of the need for heating on the vehicles. But there's certainly a lot of peers now, Summit Stage and the Lift and others that we've talked about that are, a couple years ahead and kind of figuring out that just how to navigate this kind of new system of funding and new federal and state ambitions. And so, yeah, so we've had conversations of, okay, which of these are going to be the priorities? And
Yeah, Commissioner Marlin, you might remember a few years ago when Keith Montag was still here, you and I talked about the annex property, the dirt lot. And you were looking for a place for the school bus, I think, the school bus barn. And we were looking at that CDOT land across the street from our annex property. And Beth's Epiphany only Powerball winner, it would be to do that 3-bay garage for transit on that dirt annex lot, because we have already paid through the CEO grant to run the high power to that location for charging vehicles. And the annex DC fast chargers are right there. And so having that transit garage there to charge the transition of our, low emission vehicles in the future, if we're still here, that made a lot of sense. It reduced the cost a little bit because the infrastructure was already there.
yeah,
It was just,
That makes sense. And I know like Carl's like, look, he's got this face like, George is going to bring it up again. We have a lot of agencies that have vehicle maintenance needs around the county, very limited land, very limited resources. I personally am really only interested in discussing a new facility that's shared.
Sure.
I would love for all of our partners that are in the county that have maintenance needs to have that same opinion.
Yes.
I believe all of them but one do.
Yep.
So that's the direction I would like to take it.
Mhm.
Well, and there are federal requirements. So like before any purchase, and I've
Oh,
kind of
yeah, we-
cautioned Beth, I'm like, Beth,
yes.
wait.
Before I
Don't-
hit the Powerball.
Don't put like the cart out before the horse, because there are some federal requirements about like the assessment that you have to do
Mhm.
in order to identify a handful of sites and a market analysis and an equity analysis and things. So the federal transit, like FTA, will require to see that in place. We know of agencies that have kind of been burned in the past because they went out. It was an opportunity, and again, limited land, so they went and they bought it because they knew it just, they had to have it, right? Because, and you get burned because then you get precluded from other funding, that would make that possible. But it is not uncommon for these facilities to be shared. That's not uncommon at all.
Yep.
I think, given a lot of the, just constraints and considering the dynamics, that would be something, yes, that should absolutely be studied in further detail to see how you could, again, just gain some efficiencies by doing so kind of corporately within the county. And so I think for us, the outcome here from just this assessment was, hey, we got to continue to have those conversations, think about what funding is happening, and doing so, thinking about the other regional initiatives that are starting to take place. So certainly at the state level, with the emphasis on, transit along the I-70 corridor, there's been a mobility hub. So, kind of this centralized space for connections to be made, identified in Idaho Springs. I think Idaho Springs, is working with CDOT and really thinking about kind of this formalization of a there, right? Like, that you can make connections to the local service, the regional service, there's bathrooms, there's a safe space to wait, there's a coffee shop there, you know what I mean? Like kind of this space. And there's a lot of momentum happening for that we don't want to preclude either.
Right.
That could be a space too, where other charging is available. That could be a space where, the drivers can, at like their relief period can be there. If that's where, the half hour, or whatever of downtime happens. So.
Moving on to the,
Mr. Chair,
yes,
I wonder if maybe we move the 10 o'clock to the end of the meeting, given it's kind of been.
Oh, gosh.
yeah, I think
Appointment
we do need to do
I'd
that.
rather not move it to the end of the meeting.
Okay.
You want
We
us
can
to
just
see?
slide everything all day because I'd like to finish this
Yeah, I
conversation
mean, I
too.
think they've got more to
Yeah.
get through here that I think.
And then I have some thoughts and some comments that I want to give. So we're already at 10, what am I looking at? 5 after 10 or something like that?
Yeah.
10:10.
10:08. All right, well, let's try and go kind of quickly. This has been great discussion so far, and thank you for just the questions, the feedback, the insights. So these are just some details of kind of how that comes to be when we think about the system-wide tracking. We talked about the real-time, bus technology, revising the route maps and schedules, just the overall kind of information. And then we did briefly mention that rider survey. So we want to better understand. So again, we looked at the countywide demographics, but really better understand who's taking the service on a daily basis, where are they starting and ending. And then on that next slide, slide 15, kind of why people ride, the extent of the service that's being provided in the local communities. So how much of that ridership is beginning and ending in Georgetown, how people learn about the service, if there are some needs in terms of the communication. If we are going to put more effort in that communication, let's put it in the way in which, whether that's online or whether that's on Facebook or whether, it's a combination of both. And then in that near term, we also made recommendations for the local route. So this is pretty technical. There's kind of a recommended new schedules that are included in the assessment. But it's really the big change on the local service is, rather than being kind of a one-way service, we're recommending to make that a bi-directional. So really, it's really eliminating a lot of the downtime that was in the current schedule and making more stops and really focusing the daily schedule to focus on that midday service. And then eventually, if as that builds, there could be some potential to, rather than see that on the hour, see that on the half hour, maybe even like that every 20 minutes. And in support of that, updating the information and marketing materials so it's very clear to people kind of what the changes are, why changes are being made, and then using the feedback from the rider survey, which I think has already started, to understand if there are additional kind of tweaks that need to be made in order to address.
You guys might remember, we're classified by the feds and the state as a deviated fixed route. So when we see the deviations from the route go up, we know the route needs to be changed. And our deviations have started going up. So right now, the service starts in Georgetown, goes to Silver Plume, Empire, DLD, Idaho Springs. And then it makes stops all along the way and then flies back to Georgetown and starts it all over again. But what happened was we'd get all the way to Idaho Springs and then people would get on the bus and go, I need to get off at Empire. I need to get off at Dumont. And that increased our deviations. And that told us, okay, something's wrong with the route. We need to stop all the way down and all the way back because people are needing service to be that way. And so by going through the study with Kelly, we really saw that. Plus, we saw it in our numbers, daily reports of deviations.
Yeah, so really to address that, that's a big efficiency on the local route that I think will lead to same number of service hours, but more stops and then more boardings that can happen. So again, getting to those metrics we talked about earlier.
If we could try to roll on through these next few slides as quickly as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing we will just note that may be discussed further, we had some discussion, certainly the impact from the blasting and just the Floyd Hill project in general is gonna be impacting the Greenway Trail. So there are some discussions happening right now. The recommendation is for staff to continue this coordination with CDOT and what their needs might be for these riders, cyclists, sorry, so bike riders, who will no longer be able to access the Greenway Trail during construction. And so CDOT's kind of seeking some support for that seasonal shuttle, and there's conversations happening in the extent that, we were working on this assessment, no arrangements, or agreements were made, but certainly something that staff will continue to prioritize and recognize may be part of, the discussions and in terms of a seasonal service to be provided. That CDOT, it sounds like, has a willingness to pay for that and help offset the cost of that. So it'd be just some strategy from the roundabout staff on how to make that happen.
With all due respect, I think what's gonna happen is the cycling community is gonna stop riding on the Greenway until it's open again.
Until this
I don't
project's
think
over.
anybody's gonna try to schedule or sit around and wait for,
That's basically what's gonna happen. That's why if you actually want to have cyclists on the trail and you actually ride bikes and understand the culture, you'll understand that you came out there for a reason and it wasn't to hang around and get on a shuttle. And that's just a fact. Amy, go ahead.
I can just make a quick comment. I mean, CDOT will be providing some sort of shuttle and they will be looking for somebody to provide that service. Either they will provide it or they could contract with us. They will be responsive to the usage of the shuttle, but they will be providing something like that. So.
Yeah, and I think.
But you're right. We're not ready to talk in detail about it now.
Nope,
So.
that was just kind of something that
It's an option.
came up, and we talked with Amy just of, hey, what generally are kind of understood to be the needs and how could that, this would be the first.
Just, please, just 1 second. I'm sorry.
No,
Yeah, go
it's
ahead.
okay.
Go
My
ahead.
patience level is a little.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
want to apologize for that up front.
No problem.
But some of this can be said with fewer words, and I'd like us to try to do that and get to the end of it. I'm aware that there's going to be a shuttle that's going to be running, and I think it's good because if we don't have a Greenway operable, then we do need the shuttle, and so that will be happening, and CDOT's going to do that. We already know that. I completely agree with Sean's assessment. We've stated it before, that the inconvenience of that particular break and what is generally a recreational activity is going to cause you to ride a different direction. That's all. That's just a fact.
Yeah.
And I know that because I've ridden millions of miles by now, I think. I don't know for sure.
Oh, yeah,
Uh,
definitely.
And I just know I wouldn't, and I just stopped going that way for that reason,
Right,
because
sure.
it hasn't been good to go that way for a lot of years since we've been under
Yep.
construction.
Sure.
And most of the people I know used to see a lot of big rides come through from Team Evergreen. You don't see those anymore. So
Right.
it was just that. And I'm sorry. And then I said, can we please try to shorten this
Okay.
to the end of it? And then I just ate a
Nope,
bunch
you're
of.
okay.
Apologies.
You're okay.
You're okay.
I said,
It's okay.
May I make a suggestion?
Sure.
Given that we're 15 minutes over and we're just getting into,
To be clear, we
Kind of
started,
the
to be clear, we
meaty-
started late too.
yeah, I know. We're
Yes.
just kind of getting to the meaty part where staff might want some guidance from us.
Mhm.
And it's certainly something that could probably warrant a better conversation than what we can piece together in the next 10 minutes. Is there any chance we can invite you back?
Sure.
Does that put staff's work process in jeopardy? Is there something that we can do to try to?
Can we do that from a funding perspective? We've already paid this contract.
We have, I think, my attendance would be virtual. But if you're open and amenable to that, yeah, we could absolutely kind of then get into, that was kind of the near term, and then there's those midterm and longer term things. I think another consideration, we could just go through this really quickly. And then in review of the report of the presentation, if you have, additional feedback or things you'd like, we could coordinate on a response just offline as well.
Could we do it at the end of the day today?
I think the one thing that you brought up a little while ago, and I know George said you prefer not to do that, which is to move the appointment list to the end of the day. I mean, to me, that works because it allows us to have 15 more minutes to talk right now and then remain generally on schedule. And we have a public hearing at 10:30. And there are a couple of comments and a couple of observations I have. They're macro conversations versus the micro that we're discussing in great detail right now that I think are, for me, help illuminate policy discussion at a higher level.
Whether we spend 15 minutes talking about this or not, I'm probably going to want this board to have more time to talk
I
about this in
agree.
the future.
I'm cool with that.
I would suggest that we just schedule that time.
Well, here's on looking at the schedule between 12:30 and 2, we have 2 appointments of people who we already know. And we also have, or actually now only one, a grant application, which is a rubber stamping activity that has a whole half an hour from 1:30 to 2. So I think we have plenty of time then, maybe continue this conversation, just.
Yeah,
Fair to ask our consultant to sit around for that long?
that's my concern.
I can put you in this.
And that's why I think trying to move forward.
Usually what they're asked.
We could resume that if she can stay. You're right, Sean. We can ask that question.
How long is your 1 o'clock?
If our consultant's available to stick around for a little later, but in the meantime, I think for us there are a couple, I'd like to finish this conversation somehow. I'd like to get through the slides and I'd like us to be able to make some comments and at 15 minutes, I mean, we already aren't going to be able to do, since we have a timed public hearing. We aren't ready. We're not going to be able to do the appointment schedule if we even wrap this up right now.
So one other option here is that these times, it just means you can't start earlier than the time. You can start later than the time. So in other words, the 10:30 public hearing can start at 11 in order to finish this item.
Yeah, I mean, I know this board well. There's not a universe in which we land the plane on this conversation in a way that doesn't throw a
Right,
day
I agree.
completely
I
off.
agree with you.
She can stay and work remotely. I'll just put her in our executive conference room. She does have a meeting from 1 to 2. But if you want to do it later today, we can do that.
Do we want to?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
My preference is to reschedule. My preference is to pause this, move to our next item.
Okay.
Ask you to zoom into another time.
A different day or later today? A different day. Okay.
Yeah, my preference would have been to use this next 15 minutes to continue this and then reschedule or do it later today, either one of those. But if there's some pressing need to do the appointment list right now, then I really don't give a damn.
I feel like a middle ground is move lunch a little bit, try to reconvene this at 12:30. See how far we get in a half hour, and if we're not landing the plane and we need to do some research or whatever, we can come back, because we have a lot of stuff coming up, and I would rather get it done today, I guess, honestly.
Guess I'm just curious, when would that next conversation happen if we were to reschedule?
Our next meeting is February 6th and then February 20th.
I like trying to find the time to do service to what George is saying, which is take the time to talk about it. But my preference is to try to find a way to do it today while it's fresh in our minds, rather than having gone through all of this and then coming back to it on a later date and having another trip for our consultant coming up. And whatever we do with the following schedule the rest of the day, however we use it, I don't really care what that is. But my preference is to try to get it done today if we can.
Okay. I think we-
But spend enough time to accomplish what George wants. What I feel the exact same way I want to accomplish too, and have a meaty enough conversation about. I think right now I'd like for us to, at this moment, I'd like for us to take the next 10 minutes to try to wrap this up
Okay.
in this slide presentation and come back for a conversation a little later, if you can stick around for a while. And then we can look at that appointment list quickly and just start the public hearing just a little bit late, I think, which Brian was suggesting as well. So.
Yeah, we really have.
Do you think we can plow through these final slides and
Yep.
then come back to that meaty conversation?
Yes. Let's do that. Okay, so we just really have 3 slides left. One is highlighting those mid to longer term considerations.
Share the screen.
Yep, sorry, I was,
That's okay.
pulling it back up, sorry.
And so like I said, we framed it through the lens of the availability of funding. If funding were to stay the same, there were just some slight adjustments to the local route based on those service standards that we discussed earlier to consider. If funding were to increase, we recommended that increase of the local service, again, kind of detailed nuance, but to 30 minutes in the midday, also extending that service span on the local route to include more hours, so longer days. And then lastly, evaluate potentially a new demand response route to other communities. I mean, in that partnership in 2018 with Gilpin, there was, strong support and kind of desire to see some sort of connection up to Blackhawk. And so some, piloting some sort of service if funding were to be available to do so. Blackhawk certainly rose to the top as the consideration. And then if funding were to decrease, reducing the local route service span, so number of hours in the day, and then consider reducing or discontinuing the Loveland and or the Evergreen route would be some of the difficult conversations that would need to happen. For the funding considerations, we have a whole section related to the federal funding sources that are available, the state funding sources that are available, and then some discussion on the local and regional possibilities. We've identified kind of the priority ones, which is the applications for those capital, specifically for the low or no emission at the federal level, through the Clean Transit Enterprise for the state, and then having discussions with the local communities about what it would look like to be a financial partner in providing that information. We feel like those discussions would be more informed once we get information on the ridership and understanding where ridership is happening. So you can go into that conversation to say, hey, Georgetown, this is X amount of our ridership is coming from your, people coming
Yes.
to and from your community. So that's what we want to build kind of from that ridership feedback survey. And then on that last slide, we just did a quick potential of some of those other potential revenue streams at the local level, identifying the overall revenue potential, the stability of those, the ease of the administration of those, and then what the impact would be to the actual local taxpayers. This is a planning level assessment, but a starting point for staff to understand where some of that additional funding may come from and start to evaluate just the ability to potentially tap into some of those funding sources and receive funding from those sources, specifically looking towards after 2025.
Okay. Well, I see the next thing is questions and discussion.
Yes.
We have about 9 minutes here if we choose to start our public hearing on time. And I think this might be a good time for just to set up for what we might do in another hour or so, hour and a half. If we're going to come back and use one of our break periods and move something around towards the end, maybe food for thought, so we can percolate a little bit. George, do you have any general particular area, like can you encapsulate what you primarily want to focus on when we do that?
Yeah.
What's your most major concern?
When I read through the packet information, I wanted to dig into some confusing recommendations about the Evergreen route. It sort of seems to suggest in the first 3 years that we expand it, but then over the long term that we eliminate it. And so I'm a little confused by
This
that.
is where you got
Yeah,
hung up.
I asked the same question.
And
It's the second option is if funding decreases, therefore we should.
Yeah,
I asked the exact same.
it's in the heading, sorry.
This is those
And then-
different scenarios. Okay.
I thought it would be awesome for this board to see if we want to do a line around which revenue option we'd like to pursue. My own perspective is that we should be asking our partners for, that we should really focus on that.
That's what we put in, that's why we started the survey too, was to find out where the riders live. And then take that and say Georgetown, 10% of the riders,
And then I don't know, I mean, I guess I have kind of an outstanding question, just as like, what does staff need? Like, we have this report, it largely documents changes you've already made, like, what do you need from us? So that's.
That, and then Sean, or your, like the 3-minute synopsis of what you'd like
Yeah.
to talk about in an hour.
I have a couple of observations. Talking about Denison or Winter Park. The problem they're looking to solve is almost completely different than the problem we're looking to solve. They are sending people back and forth to large sales tax revenue generating activities at ski areas. I was just texting a friend of mine at Winter Park. I talked to a city council member a couple weeks ago, and the county pays a fraction of the costs for that system. I want to say less than 100,000 total, and that system is much more expensive than ours. I think the city pays for pretty much all of it. I don't know if the resort kicks in anything. Gunnison is very similar. Gunnison, you have the workforce for the mountain in Gunnison, you have the ski hill in Crested Butte, you have a free service that my kids ride all the time going back and forth. Living on the east side, I always have to bring this up, living on the east side of the county, we pay into the system and we get absolutely no benefits whatsoever, and we never will. Just by the virtue of the way that our county is laid out and the fact that there's no commercial district where I live. So I don't see a world that this doesn't transition to the cities paying for the vast majority of this service, because the cities are the ones who directly benefit from this. I also think we need to continue to think about how to solve the last mile, because I'll challenge George a little bit. George should be a user of this system, right? He works here and lives in Idaho Springs, and we should have a system. If the system was useful, he would be able to use it to commute to work. And I don't think you can, because of the schedules or because of the difficulty with the timing of it. So I think in some ways we're fighting an uphill battle to create something that really has a strong value proposition and to get the appropriate stakeholders to be paying for it.
I think I'd like to try to melt these two together, because I heard them each maybe coming from different sides of the spectrum, but landing on the same thing, which is right now the county is not just subsidizing, the county is paying for the whole ticket. As a result, we drop the service. And as I look at, and I'm trying to back out to like 50 or 100,000 feet and look at how this thing has progressed. What we saw was we created a service that George could have ridden in here. And I could have ridden here, and we saw ridership build. And I started thinking, I need to get on that thing and ride it into here every day. And I think I got on it one time. And then when I finally realized, the practice what you preach, and then we reduced the funding, and you can look at it right there. And if you go back to slide 7, and you look at that ridership again that we talked about earlier, you see it steadily increasing all the way through. And this entire graph is post-COVID. So it's after the COVID influence that impacted transit and caused transit shrink. And that happened all over the world. The transit system shrunk in ridership because the COVID exposure potential. This is all post-COVID in here. So what you see is a ridership that was growing consistently because it had a useful level of service, both to Evergreen and to be able to get back with enough hours of the day, starting early enough and ending late enough for people to use it for multiple purposes. And then suddenly it drops off, and then it shrunk. And what it reminded me that in business, you're either in the game or you're out of the game. This isn't exactly a business because we're trying to subsidize a service that helps a community. But the same thing is true that there's a point at which you're either providing that service or you're not providing the service. You're either in the game or you're not in the game. I'm reminded of businesses I know that reduced inventory because they were having a harder and harder problem making money. And they were going to wait till they sold enough inventory to get more inventory. And they weren't in the game anymore. And they shrunk just like the right-hand side of this thing until they died because they didn't invest enough to remain in the game. So I think I agree, first of all, that we should limit the county expenditure from the general fund by finding both ongoing, perpetual type grant programs that cover funding programs out of the state, as well as having our partners that benefit from this in the populations of these towns are benefiting from it, and the economy of the town, of the two larger towns benefits from it, and they need to be bigger players in investing in this. And we need to use our newfound, grant finding powerhouse where we've increased and actually dedicated somebody to doing that instead of having everybody do it part-time on their time off, writing grants. But what I see is that at about a $500,000 level of total budget, we were able to build this tiny little system that was at least growing ridership. And so the critical investment mass in this is obviously somewhere between 500,000 and 250, or maybe it's above 500,000 to really get it right. But 250 is obviously an exercise in futility because the people that need it the most are even stopping the ridership because it isn't getting them where they're going when they need to go there. So in my mind, I look at pages 12 through 15 a little bit ago, those 4 pages that talk about getting all kinds of different sensors on the vehicles and knowing exactly where they are and having real-time apps. Those are all things that we should be doing, whether we're at a minimal level or a middle level or a really high level, in order to maximize the efficiency of what's going on, no matter how much money we're spending. But there's a macro decision we have to make, which is observing the behavior of people. And we see that the level of ridership that we're providing at $250,000 is just running a system until we decide to stop running it because it's not providing the service. And whatever we do, and when we first started this and it was really small, I said, we need to get to Evergreen so we can get to RTD so people that can get to Denver and get to the hospitals down there and things like that among those people who are mobility challenged. And so we started doing that. And that's when our ridership really started climbing. That and having enough hours in the day for people to be able to move, to get down to places that they actually work. For example, in Idaho Springs, if they came from Silver Point, those kind of things. So I think there's a macro decision that we have to make about how much what's our goal for investment? Do we want to have a real system or not? And then I think all those other things are helpful. And that's just my general observation is that the $250,000 model isn't providing enough service to be a real transit system and even compete. And $500,000 and up seems like that's where it needs to be. And we know we can't tolerate that out of the general fund. So we have to maximize. We don't have to decide we're not in the game. And I think looking at the future, I think we have to be in the game. So we need to figure out where we're going to find the revenues to make it work the right way for partnerships. So that's my general take. And I'd like to expand on that conversation when we come back. And whatever else anybody wants to talk about.
And we want to try to have that this afternoon.
If we can, unless there's not going to be information available to help inform that conversation.
We just looked at her schedule again.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it would be challenging this afternoon, but I also think, if I were to join by Zoom in a couple weeks, you could also consider sending just like discussion prompts or, questions to Beth. We could look at some of those things and come back really to, that.
Okay, I don't have a hard line on doing it today. I just thought it would be nice to try to.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
What about 12:30? Does that work? Now we can have lunch at 1.
I am like booked from 1 to 4, so.
12:30 to 1, I meant.
If I could hole up in there for the 3 hours after, I
Do you
guess.
wanna,
I just
If it
think.
doesn't work, it doesn't work. We can schedule for February 6th.
February 6th?
We used FY 23 money to pay for this, so there's more money in the budget to continue this work. That's why we're kind of trying to get this done.
So your suggestion is?
If it doesn't work.
Let's do virtually on
we'll put
when
it
the
on
next
February 6th
available.
agenda.
Are you okay with that?
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I mean, I've sort of expressed my point. I don't have a whole lot more to say about it, honestly.
This is your guys' agenda. It's up to you. I mean,
What's your preference, George?
I don't know. I mean, it's a question of what this board wants to do with this information. And what staff is asking for. It's on the agenda,
I agree
right?
with that.
So.
And can we accomplish that if we only give it another half hour today anyway?
Do you want
But
some,
She's booked 1 to 4, so.
do you want some time to digest what she's presented so far and then come back on the 6th?
Yeah, if we have a need, if you need direction, you guys need direction. It sounds like you did a big study, you made some changes.
Mhm.
I mean, you don't want me to start telling you how to do your route. I just not sure. What do we need to continue the conversation for?
Well, what's our general policy direction is one thing.
I thought you wanted to continue the conversation. That was the whole.
I just-
That's what I heard too.
Suggested it, right? I mean, you suggested we continue. this
20 minutes
future.
ago, I wanted to stop the conversation in its tracks. Now, I think we might have landed the plane.
Yeah.
Other than like, I could say, hey, you know what? The Evergreen route doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. Can we look at what it looks like for us to just expand so we at least have one viable intercounty route? If we want to have that kind of conversation, we can, but I don't know that that's the kind of conversation staff is trying to prompt by putting this on the
Beth,
agenda.
is there any other direction we were seeking today other than what we've already heard?
I'm good. We just wanted to share what we found out. share kind of the history, share the direction we want to go to based on the recommendations of the transit expert. And then I just wanted you to hear it out loud in case you didn't like it or you wanted to change any of it. So
The general direction I've landed on, I think I just articulated.
Yes.
I think there is some value to an evergreen route, not one that is promoting workforce. But there are resources that people need that aren't available in the county that they can get in Evergreen and Denver. We have a Denver connection through Bustang and Pegasus, even though it's very limited. And we have RTD available also out of, on an Evergreen route where you can get dropped at Bergen Park and catch an RTD bus and have more options for them get for timing by having two versions, Bustang, Pegasus and RTD to be able to move mobility. So I think the Evergreen route, a limited Evergreen route has value. And I think expanding our internal route to where it has, where it is useful and has more hours of the day and more runs is worthwhile. And I'm thinking that pushes us back into that $500,000 plus range. And I think therefore we need to look at what funding options are to come back. And that would be my direction that I would based on what I've heard and seen. If I were deciding what our board direction was, it would be to find more money, figure out how to make this thing work in a useful manner that doesn't kill itself.
I think all that happens on this side of the table, honestly. I mean, in my mind, I think we need to create a context to have a focused conversation with the towns to figure out, hey, where does this go, right? I mean, our system is dying. That's basically what the numbers showed me. It's gone down by half in 1 year. And I
By
don't
being
think what we're doing is
right.
sustainable. I think as it becomes less useful, it's gonna be less used and eventually someone's gonna cancel it.
Just as a reminder, you already gave us direction to reach out to the municipalities during the budget process this current fiscal year, leading up to the building of the next budget. So that's already gonna be on our table with respect to seeking out grants, going to the municipalities to request funding and
Yeah,
that'll be.
I think we
part of
need
the
public
conversation.
meetings that we are part of that essentially are similar to what we did for Jeffcom to basically talk about this and ask them like in a pointed manner, where do you guys stand on this? Where's this going?
And I appreciate that feedback because that was one thing that certainly we would have, just would have liked to build into this process. Just that general like public engagement, public feedback. I think that rider survey is a start of that, but I think there's a bigger conversation just around, what the community sees. And so I think the community engagement is a key piece to this. I think too, just the affirmation for staff to prioritize, the federal funding sources for the capital, those state funding sources for that low and no emission, and like that being the direction that you had. And then as well, just that affirmation that at that local and regional level, that the discussions with the local communities is going to be the priority to start. I think affirmation of that direction is important to set up your next actions.
Yeah, the primary reason I see that expansion to the level of usefulness is the cost per rider goes down as more riders get on the thing, and that's
Right.
obvious. That's not rocket science. And so, and it's obviously not useful enough ridership culture was building, ridership culture has died. So we learned something about what level of we learned a little bit about what level of investment is required to be able to have a system that actually is the best cost to benefit ratio.
Yeah, then I don't have any desire to offer any more direction. Thank you for doing this work.
Oh, sure.
Really
Yeah,
good.
no, I think
Thank
there's
you.
some really near-term actions that hopefully can start to see that course correction, just from an efficiency standpoint, and then, some actions in the near term to set up for that longer term, so.
So thank you very much for listening.
Sure.
Okay,
That sounds good.
so we'll take a 5-minute bio break and then we'll start our public hearing.
No, you're fine. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay.
We're back in, we're back in session, and the next item that we're gonna consider, we're gonna delay and have a little bit later the appointment hearing. We're gonna move straight into the public hearing, which was supposed to start 15 minutes ago, which is the consideration of approval of resolution 24-02, a resolution for 1041 permit for the CDOT Floyd Hill project.
I'm gonna ask Kurt that.
And we got a whole bunch of people here.
It's not so bad.
Here, you can have one of these.
Thank you.
Kurt, do you want to run it or do you want me to run it?
If you're good running it, we are have you run it and then we can jump in. And again, have a couple people virtually that are stations on that will present some communication slide. And then we have Francesca and Mandy.
If I see a CDOT, I'm just promoting them.
Okay, wonderful.
Okay. Mandy, you said?
Yes.
Andy's also one.
It works.
I'm not seeing Mandy yet.
Mandy Horton.
I don't see them yet.
That's okay.
Okay.
We got Francesca.
Okay, I'll begin. Thank you.
Wait, Fred.
Let's see. For the record, this is areas and activities of state interest, case number SI 2023-0001. Request for 1041 permit for site selection of arterial highways and interchanges and collector highways pursuant to CRS 2465.1 and chapter 3 of the Clear Creek County guidelines and regulations for matters of state interest. So Kurt Kianka is the lead engineer or
Project director for CDOT.
Okay, thank you. Project director for CDOT for this project. I'm gonna make my presentation very, very short. I'm gonna just talk about staff's recommendation as well as any referrals that went in, and then I'm gonna leave up to Kurt to make the presentation and present the project section and the early access and grading package. So as you probably know, I'm just going through my staff report very quickly. The staff report contains staff's recommendation. As you know, this 1041 permit application, the project has been split up into 3 pieces, and now we're actually considering a 4th piece, the early access and grading package. Instead of considering the project in its entirety, we've split it up into separate sections as per CDOT's project. The way CDOT has split its project up, that's in order to approve segments of it before the final plans have been prepared for a subsequent package. So as you recall, we reviewed and approved the east package a number of months ago, and this time we're looking at the west package and the early access and grading package. The next hearing that we will be hearing in a couple months probably will be the central section, which is actually going to be a pretty big section. Let's see. So very, very quickly, the project description, I'm looking at page 4 of my staff report. There are a number of things that they're proposing. As you know, number 1, adding a 3rd westbound travel lane that would operate as a tolled express lane that links to the existing westbound peak period shoulder lane and the Veterans Memorial Tunnels. They are constructing the missing 2-mile section of frontage road between US Highway 6 intersection and Hidden Valley. They are adding an eastbound auxiliary lane in the uphill section of Floyd Hill. They are reconstructing associated highway interchanges, flattening horizontal curves, replacing deficient bridge structures. They're implementing surface and ADA improvements to the Greenway, the Clear Creek Greenway, and they are implementing environmental mitigation along the corridor to enhance wildlife connectivity, air and water quality, stream conditions, and recreation. I'll just go to the referrals very, very quickly and highlight those. The referrals, I noted beginning on page 6 of my staff report and on to page 7. We only received 2 referrals, one from City of Black Hawk indicating no concerns, and the other referral was from UCWA, Upper Clear Creek Watershed Association, relating, and actually their response was relating to the entire project, not specific to the west section. They had some concerns, and they identified basically four things that they would like to see. Number one, installation, maintenance, and public dissemination of data from water quality monitoring stations with a specific emphasis on the outfall of each detention basin, measuring to include chloride levels and trace metals with a limitation of chloride concentrations not to exceed 250 milligrams per liter, as defined in Regulation 38 of the Stream Classifications and Water Quality Standards for the Clear Creek Basin. They're also asking for a water quality monitoring program to be developed and approved by the county to monitor long-term chloride levels in the creek. They want to, they're asking that the applicant be proactive by reassessing strategies and implementing mitigation measures in case water quality is found to be impaired. And they're requesting for an amendment to CDOT's trade materials and improved soil and habitat policy to permit utilization of upland trees trade in the alignment with the county's specific needs. So their referral is in the packet, or their full referral is in the packet that you can take a look at. I'm not going to go through all of the conditions. I went through that. You can take a look at that in my staff report, but I'm going to hop down to my to staff's recommendation, which is on the last page, which is really not a whole lot. It begins on page 29 and goes through page 30 and 31. But based on the application materials that have been submitted and referrals and comments that we received, the west section of this project appears to meet the criteria for approval for a 1041 permit. Staff does share UCWA's concerns regarding water quality, but the ongoing CSS process is allowing staff and other stakeholders to evaluate the potential to improve water quality measures and design a drainage sampling plan with CDOT prior to and during review of the central section. So we're going to be looking at this, and what's going to happen is there's going to be a condition of the last section for the whole project of some sort of a sampling plan that we are that staff is working with CDOT on in the CSS process along with other stakeholders. Other than that, basically the only other conditions that staff is recommending for the west section and the early access package is regarding maintaining and enhancing communication with emergency services agencies, other stakeholders, and to notify the Board of County Commissioners of any changes to the current transportation management plan or the communication plan. At this time, there aren't any changes to those two plans from when you reviewed them previously. One of the recommended conditions is that any changes to be made, bring the plan back to you for your review, for you to ask questions, and discuss it with the applicant.
And you're talking about a transportation management plan during construction, correct? Right, just make sure everyone's clear, right?
Yes, yes. All other conditions are carried over from the approval of the east section. So with that, very short, very quick, staff is recommending approval of this request for the 1041 permit for this particular section, the west section, and the early access and grading package.
Thank you. Sure. Go ahead.
Oh, and I was going to say, unless if you have any questions for staff, I'm happy to, Amy and I are happy to answer them. If not, we can dive right into the applicant's presentation.
Okay, any question?
Can you help me understand criterion number 12, noise pollution? That only references noise generated during the project, right? That doesn't reference noise generated by the project, by the use of the project once it's complete.
Actually, it does. So all of the conditions in a 1041 permit talk about the project and does the project meet these standards? And so that's not actually, it's more intended to be what's going to happen to the project when it's in operation, not during construction.
Which page and which document are you on, George? I was.
I'm looking at the staff recommendation document.
The noise pollution criterion is number 12, which is on page 27 and 28 of my staff report. That review is carried over from the east section. So we were reviewing that particular criteria. We're evaluating the entire project. So we do say in the staff report, the application indicates that traffic noise levels with or without the project would range from 57 to 78 dBA in 2045 and are above noise abatement criteria for 2/3 of noise sensitive receptors. Noise levels under this project would equal or exceed noise abatement criteria for 105 receptors, which are primarily residences. No receptors would experience a substantial noise increase of 10 dBA or more.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
I have a question about the salinity, and it's not necessarily directly related to the recommendation, more a little bit about a history. I do remember some concerns in a very low flow area of Clear Creek near Loveland Ski area. And I think we later discovered that pieces of salty ice falling off of vehicles in the parking lot were leaking into the settling pond and causing the levels to go up. Has there been any other incidents where elevated saline levels, Fred, have been found in the watershed?
I'm not sure if I'm the right person to talk to. I'm not aware of any others. I wouldn't know.
Okay, yeah, I think measuring it sounds like a good idea. I was kind of curious as to, had this been an issue in the past, other than the one I know about? And it seems like we don't know.
Well, yeah, and I think it's a good point. And if it's falling off of vehicles in the parking lot, and that's where the point source was in that location, then generally speaking, they pick that salinity up off the road on the way to the parking lot. So, I guess it's still, to me, it's still worthy of observation to see what our increased traffic is over time is what we're really going to see, what this enables to happen. As vehicle counts increase and the width of the pavement that you're treating is greater, then there's likely to be an increase in stuff that you're putting on the pavement and flowing off the pavement. So
maybe we could ask between this 1041 hearing and the last 1041 hearing for this project that I know there's a team that's been working, and maybe that team could bring us a report. It's been a couple of years. I don't mean that as a complaint, but maybe that team could just help us wrap our heads around this before we approve the last 1041 permit.
right, and something that's a work session where we get comprehensive information prior to sitting in a room like this at a moment like this to approve it, right?
And not to overcomplicate it more, but there was another related conversation at that same time frame about the trees dying, which you mentioned. And I know that Excel had some comments about saline mist shorting out some of their infrastructure. So we have good reason to believe that there is some environmental hazards that you can probably connect the death of those trees with road treatments.
Yeah.
I mean, I can just offer that some of the topics that are mentioned in this 1041 will be are ongoing and are project wide, and really the final 1041 section that addresses the central section will also have more content that addresses project wide concerns, and salinity is definitely going to be one of those. In addition to that, I think that the team you might have been discussing, there is a specific group called an ITF that's a subgroup of the technical team on the Floyd Hill project
Right.
that is working to collaboratively with CDOT and Aqua and other entities that are addressing and looking at
It's a water quality ITF.
a water quality ITF that is really focused on snow removal materials, and will identify what are the opportunities within this project specifically to use the drainage facilities and the opportunities here to advance water quality opportunities and study of this topic in ways that make sense and advance our concerns and protect the creek and all of the issues that were mentioned here that we can do within the bounds of this project that makes sense.
I think the one thing that's really important, a couple things would be important for me to know. I mean, specifically, technically, what are the results of two things? One is runoff, and the other one is aerosolization as a result of high-speed traffic traveling over, creating a mist that becomes aerosolized enough in a windy condition to carry quite some distance in some cases. And that's what CDOT's complaint was within a certain distance of the highway, they were seeing electrical components that seemed to be seeing a much higher level of corrosion than what they were attributing, at least in their part, to the salinity, and that was the closer it was to the highway, the more of that they saw. And so that's part of it. But the other thing that would be good to know is whether it's in the staff report or whether it's here, is how our considerations of, our monitoring of, our documenting of those either predictions or observations are leading us to do something different or change something. In other words, you've got decisions that you make that are based on known environmental consequences, and what to build and how to build it and stuff. And then you've got mitigation that you do when you say, well, we've decided we're going to build this no matter what, but these are the steps that we're taking in order to minimize a known hazard or a known effect. And as opposed to just saying that we decided to do this thing, we didn't do anything different, and here's what it's going to cause, and walking away at the end of the day. And it doesn't actually, I mean, I don't even know why we keep track of it if we're not going to use the information to design something better and operate it better. So for me, I feel really, and I spend a lot of time on transportation, as you know, and I feel really ignorant of what that is, because it seems like we document and talk about a lot of things and we just move on and build it. And I don't know. So it'd be nice to know what we did in the design, what we did in the management, what we did in the operation of the facility afterwards, that actually makes it better than we thought it was going to be, because we took these steps to mitigate it. I'd like to know what the mitigation steps were. So maybe we can come prepared to do that either at the work session or at our next 1041 hearing, or both.
Well said.
It's a lot of words. Yeah.
Got it.
It was well said twice, but you know.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So if there are no other questions, I'll let Kurt take it away, and he's got a presentation and we have that up on the screen. So
Thank you, Fred.
Go for it.
Well, I want to start out by saying thank you for having us today to present in front of you for this much needed project on I-70. Yeah, it's our second time here. Our east section is underway, and so we're hoping to get approval of the 1041 today for our second package, our west section, in our third package, which is that access and grading package that Fred spoke to. With me today here in person, I have Matt Hogan from Kramer, who we were successful in the last month of negotiating costs for our second package. So Kramer will be constructing our second package along with our east section as well. So west section and east are locked down. And I also have Matt Aguirre for support. He's our design project manager from Atkins. And also have a couple of folks joining us virtually. Stacia Sellers, who is our strategic communications lead on the project. Francesca Tornado, who is environmental support and a few others that are supporting us today. So next slide, please. Just to review, this is the different sections of the project. So in the blue, you will see our east section that is underway. We started construction on that just after the 4th of July. Everything that you see in purple there is our west section. So we're hoping to start construction on that with these approvals getting out there in early March to start construction on that one. And that carries through the summer of 2028. Also included on here, which is new from the last time, is our access package. And we're hoping we're sitting about 90% plans on those, hoping to do our negotiation with Kramer here in the spring and start construction on that in summer of 2024, summer of this year. We have more information in here about what entails or the construction items in that package, as well as the west section. And then the most intricate package is our central section. That is the most difficult to design. It's also the last package that we will be delivering on the project. And we're hoping to do our negotiations and also our 1041 in the fall of 2024. So we will be back. Next slide, please. Fred talked a lot about these, but what are those improvements? It's really, the purpose of the project is to eliminate that bottleneck that's created in the westbound direction. So adding that third express lane from the top of Floyd Hill, tying it into the Mountain Express lane at the Veterans Memorial Tunnels, replacing those bridges at the bottom of Floyd Hill that have reached the end of their life. We're also adding that frontage road connection. That'll be part of the central section from the Hidden Valley Central City Parkway to US 6. And adding that extended on-ramp that doesn't exist today from the bottom of Floyd Hill in the eastbound I-70 direction, taking that all the way to the top of the hill before it merges, rebuilding interchanges and intersections, bringing everything up to current standards, achieving that 55-mile-an-hour design speed throughout this section of I-70, getting that sight distance that doesn't exist today, improvements to the greenway, and then the environmental mitigation and wildlife connectivity, as well as air and stream improvements through here. Our air quality monitors are up and functioning. We have not seen any exceedances yet during construction. We did see some during the Canadian wildfires over the summer, but we had not started construction yet on that. Next slide, please. So give a little update here of what have we achieved so far in 2023. Started construction on that east package just after the 4th of July. It's really, if you drive the section, you can see it's focused on kind of the west side of the highway, open up space on the side of the hill there. Had good success. We've removed over 18,000 tons of materials from the slope above I-70. Rock blasting for our east section is 90% complete. We have 2 more blasts that are planned in late January, weather permitting. We've also installed a lot of drainage work on the project as you go down Floyd Hill. Over 2,800 linear feet of drainage pipe. That equates to over 9 football fields of drainage pipe. We've built lots of retaining walls out of sculpted shotcrete that looks very good as you go down there, in my opinion. It really blends into the hillside. Have over 20,000 square feet of shotcrete installed in 2023. During mud season, or when traffic is light, we were successful in relocating the Mountain Express lane tolling infrastructure. That gets in front of some critical components that we're doing in the west section here during heavy season, which is now recreation season. We also have ongoing utility relocations. So again, thank you for the grading permit that we got from the county to allow Excel and Comcast and Lumen out there to relocate the utility lines that are adjacent to the Greenway Trail. And so they've been working hard on that. Probably not as much in the last couple of days, but we've had good progress that we've seen there. So next slide, please.
9 football fields, huh?
Yeah, drainage pipe.
Of a drainage pipe. That's 63 points.
There you go.
That's it's another way to, just another way to look.
Which at this elevation with the rock, that's, you know, that's a big achievement. So, yeah. Thank you, Commissioner. So now I'll give a little bit of details about the west section, which is package 2 on the project. Again, we're expecting construction to start in the spring of 2024. Those limits span from the Hidden Valley Central City Parkway interchange to that first exit of Idaho Springs, exit 241. The improvements include flattening those curves, so straightening the curves out just to the west of the Hidden Valley Central City interchange, achieving that 55-mile-an-hour design speed, adding that third lane in the westbound direction. We are also reconstructing both bridges over Clear Creek to allow us to flatten those curves. And then we're constructing a safe egress on the west side of the Veterans Memorial Tunnels to allow for express lane traffic to egress from the express lane when the Mountain Express lane is closed. As part of the west section, we are creating a riparian bench adjacent to Clear Creek. Once we push the current alignments of I-70 into the mountainside to the north, that opens up area to create that. And we will construct an enhanced wildlife pathway under those bridges that we're reconstructing at Clear Creek. Next slide, please. So this is a rendering of what it looks like today. Just to orient everybody, we basically have our backs against the Veterans Memorial Tunnels and we are looking back to the east. If you go around the corner there, you will come to that Hidden Valley Central City Parkway. On the left is what it looks like today. And then on the right is a rendering of what it will look like in the future with that additional lane, those flattened curves along I-70, and then adjacent to Clear Creek there, you can see the riparian bench that will be created as part of the west section. Next slide, please. So let's talk about what to expect for traffic impacts associated with the west section. So starting here this spring into the summer, can expect some lane and ramp closures. Again, we're committed to keeping I-70 flowing during those peak travel times. So anytime that we do a lane closure, will be in those off-peak hours overnight. Now, when we get to the summer, that's when we're going to start the scaling, the rock scaling and the rock blasting operations for the project. And that's when those 20-minute traffic holds will happen throughout those operations. Again, what those look like is during those daytime off-peak hours, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and a potential of 9 to noon on Friday. Traffic would come to a rolling stop. A rock scaling or rock blasting event will happen in up to 20 minutes, and then traffic is released, allowed to clear. And before the next scaling operation would happen, likely there only be one rock blasting operation a day with a possibility of 2, but typically you see one rock blasting operation during those off-peak times during the day. The hold limits will be from westbound I-70 east of Hidden Valley to the west of Veterans Memorial Tunnel. So County Road 314 will be open during that rock scaling. So that will provide another opportunity for folks to make it through on County Road 314 through that section during rock blasting. That will also be held due to safety concerns. Yeah.
On the operational plan, does this permit doesn't appear to modify the operational plan itself as far as how we do the closures and all that, does it? Am I? Okay, so we had an event that I'd like to take a couple moments to discuss here this summer. You probably know the event I'm referring to, right? We have pictures of 40-foot RVs getting stuck on Little Bear when Little Bear turned into the alternate route for I-70. During that time, I know you guys had done some after action meetings. Do you believe we need to change the operations plan to make sure that that doesn't happen again? What can we do to make sure that if we have an extended closure like that, we're keeping people on the highway and keeping our back roads from getting.
And thank you, Commissioner. That is a great question. Understand, that was probably the toughest day on the project to date. When we did have that, we had a rock blast and then we saw some rocks shift on the project and there was a safety concern. So we ended up having that 2.5 hour closure of I-70 during that peak time. And there were lots of lessons learned that we can speak to here. I also have Stacia, who is virtual here, and she can speak to our improvements in communications. Since then, we stood up a text chain to a lot of the folks in the county, in Idaho Springs and others, to keep them informed about what we're doing as part of the project. We are also going to send out those text messages to folks that have signed up and say, stay the course. We looked at many different things, from working with some of the mapping companies so that it doesn't show that Little Bear is an alternate route for big trucks or for anyone for that matter. That's a difficult challenge that I can let Stacia speak to a little bit. But we need to have that robust plan when that does happen so that we can properly communicate with the first responders, with elected officials and others, that I think we've made improvements in lessons learned from that event in our east section that we can carry forward. Ultimately, we hope that we don't have any more of those situations, but we are prepared if that does happen again. And then we need to use our signage infrastructure to say, stay on I-70 and hopefully communicate that so that we don't have those cars diverting and gridlock Idaho Springs again.
So Idaho Springs just gets gridlocked sometimes. Like, it's just, 40,000 people drive by us on the highway. Like, I understand those dynamics. What I think I hear you saying is that the management plan doesn't need to be modified. It needs to be used better. Like you mentioned, sending text messages. I believe that was written into the original management plan. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
It is. And we're going to do an additional from myself or somebody else on the project, just update to say, yep, here's what's going on. Here's when we can expect I-70 to open. And that opens up different lines of communication that people look to understand what's going on, whether they, didn't look to CDOT or elsewhere, so that can be communication. We certainly need to, which we have an open channel now to the school. We understand that coincided with school letting out, which caused additional problems. And so we need to make sure that we've done that. So we have made improvements, and I believe we have modified the plan so that we can.
I think probably the best solution is don't have 2.5 hour delays. And the problem is that there's only so much you can do. I mean, we have county roads that are technically and legally part of the state highway system, and people are allowed to drive on them, and everyone is so connected. And so when we have apps, when we have navigation apps that are just sending people, we've had people in this county and other counties in the mountains sent on we've had them sent on roads in the winter that you can't, where they couldn't get through in the summer, where nobody can get through in the summer anymore, but they still show up on maps. And when we noticed a lot of the private nav apps have a real reluctance to allow themselves to be regulated and limited to what they can show. And so it seems that, the other side of that is like taking great care, as when you're looking at something like that, to make sure that those events, that the work that can cause those events tries to happen when there isn't going to be that much traffic on the highway too. That's obviously part of it, because there's only so much you can do to control a connected public.
What would be helpful for me would be to see lessons learned be documented and communicated.
Absolutely.
For my own information and maybe more importantly, for the public dissemination. I get a lot of questions about this.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Commissioner. We do have lessons learned. We documented that, and we met with our CSS group as well, and we can forward those your way. We kind of had an after action and then came up with lessons learned and things that we were going to modify specifically around the communication.
Thank you.
Should that happen again? Thank you. Next slide, please. So the third package that we're asking for 1041 approval on today is our access and grading package overview. And so this package is our central section components that we pulled out that are on our critical path that will allow us to deliver the project quicker. So that was the kind of the history behind why we're adding this additional. We're calling this the third package, and then we bumped our central section, which was our third package, to our fourth package. And so this package revolves around access and grading in our hillside section, which is near US 6, and then also near Sawmill Gulch, which we call our saddle cut, which you can see on the screen. There is the picture that you're looking at right there. I think I'm going to turn it over to Matt Hogan from Kramer to detail some of the elements of this access project and what you can expect to see as we move along through it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Kurt. As Kurt mentioned, there's three definitive kind of parts to this package, three, all geographically located within the central section. The first part is the saddle cut excavation that happens in this area. There's detour pavement that we are going to be installing as part of this package 3 that is needed to move traffic onto at the immediate, like really the first thing we'd want to do with the central section. And then the third part is the hillside section, as Kurt mentioned, that will translate around to allow us to build a good portion of the main viaduct. So if we go to the next slide, this represents the hillside section of the project. So this is right across the street from where the Fry Quarry is today, is kind of geographically where to orient ourselves. And really what this is as we put the piers down at the bottom of the slope, you can imagine we need to make flat spots for our cranes and drill rigs and things to work. So before we can start drill caissons and all the foundation work, we need to build ourselves access. So this is the package that requires much less design than the full bridge itself, that we have advanced ahead of the rest of the central section to allow us to get that work out there, which really takes up 6 to 9 months on the future package. If we were to wait to start this work with the central section, that would be part of a future 1041. So again, it goes from basically where the westbound off-ramp goes down to the quarry now and wraps the hillside section, basically to where US 40 comes around in front of the concrete plant in that area, if you're familiar with the area. The next slide represents the areas that we will be doing detour pavement in preparation for the central section kind of MOT and traffic shifts that will be needed. So on the top left of the page is just east of the US 6 interchange. So westbound off occurs, and as we come around the curve to start going uphill, there's some detour pavement that needs to be constructed each side of eastbound I-70, and that's shown in the area yellow on the screen. The top right of the screen, this is just west of US 6. So as you drive eastbound today, this is an area where there's a lot of open median. So we will be filling that median in to construct detour pavement that will allow us, once we have package 3 in place, to immediately shift traffic to open up access to about 7 or 8 pier locations, bridge column locations in that area. And then the last place that we'll be working is just east of the Hidden Valley interchange, and that's represented on the bottom right of the screen. And that is some median detour pavement just as you get east of Hidden Valley, again, so that we have room to move traffic to open up the first parts of work that we would want to do. With us expecting to start traffic work in the central section about this time a year from today. Obviously, this is not a good day to grade and pave, which is why we're trying to get this work done during the summer, so that we're just in a place to be able to pick up that construction season and not lose a season in the process for the overall duration of the project. And then the third part of the project, next slide, please, is the saddle cut. So as you all have seen in renderings, hopefully in the past, the highway jumps across the river a couple of times. So this is the area about in the middle between US 6 and Hidden Valley where the roads go across. All we are doing as part of this package is doing the mass excavation of this area. So there's a couple 100,000 yards of material that's gonna come out of that knob of the hillside there where the bridges land. And the reason we're taking this material out now is we want to use the existing Greenway Trail footprint as our way to get to US 6 so that we can get those trucks to US 6 without having to do temporary bridges, without impacting I-70 traffic in different ways. And we want to get it done ahead of the future construction because there are columns that go right in the middle of the Greenway Trail or very adjacent to the Greenway Trail that will inhibit our ability to get material out in the future. So by getting this material out this year, again, it allows us that ability to do immediate work that's going to help expedite the longer term schedule and in package 4 throughout the central section. So those are the intents of the earlier package. None of it really represents permanent work other than the mass excavation. Everything else will be captured in that future central section for permanent configuration.
Thank you, Matt. Next slide is communications, and I would like to turn it over to Stacia Sellers, our CDOT Strategic Communications Lead on the project.
Thanks, Kurt. So rock blasting, of course, is one of our biggest construction activities and some of the most impactful traffic impacts we have. So we are going to be doing a lot of rafting outreach this year. We've already started to reach out to some of our partners in the rafting industry. Last fall, we did do a presentation at the CROA convention in November. We've also created rafting specific FAQs just to go along with that. We really want to make sure we're being good partners to our recreation folks along the corridor. We'll also be attending a season kickoff meeting. Sorry, my dogs are in the background, but we'll be attending a season kickoff meeting here soon, again, just to really make sure we have those established relationships and then doing frequent coordination through traffic holds. For general motorists, we're going to be doing what we were doing last year, which was pretty effective. So we'll have FAQ documents available so folks know what to expect, and hopefully we can answer any or ease any concerns that folks might have. We'll continue to do media relations, and we'll continue to send out those text alerts. Our text alerts are a really great asset for us. I think now we have well over 8,000 text subscribers, and that number continues to grow every week. So really great way to get in front of folks on a day-to-day basis on when we're going to be doing rock blasting and when those closures are being picked up. And then, of course, our weekly e-blasts are still going out on Friday. We still have our weekly social media updates as well. So everything is available there, and we'll continue to make refinements when we hear from our stakeholders as well as the members of the public. But so far, I think we've been pretty good and consistent with our communications. As Kurt mentioned earlier, we're making a more concerted effort to make sure we're bringing in the school district as well, so parents are being informed about any rock blasting activities or anything that might be unexpected. Next slide. Some of our communications tools are pretty much the same that we're using for our rock blasting activities. So all of our construction work, any construction history as well is going to be available on the website. Our e-blasts are going to present information or construction activities that are happening the upcoming week. So folks can be prepared and plan their travels around our construction schedule. We are also attending meetings. We're here today to talk through our construction efforts, but we're open to hearing from all community organizations and presenting in front of those folks. So that could be also Rotary or Kiwanis clubs. We want to meet people where they are to talk about the project and help to answer any questions that they might have, especially as construction work continues. We're posting all of our information onto cotrip.org as well. This is going to be a great tool because not only are we posting construction activities for our project, but we have many construction projects happening along the I-70 mountain corridor that folks can tap into to see what the full big picture looks like for construction impacts that they might encounter. We are sending out monthly updates to elected officials, which we've heard great feedback on, are presenting some of the hot topic items, as well as some canned social media posts that they can send out to their constituents, just really helping to spread the word out a little bit more. And along with our communications as well, I wanted to touch on a little bit what Kurt was talking about for crisis situations. So, we were able to gather lessons learned from that event. We have now developed a crisis communications checklist. This will help us to really expedite some of our communications outreach to all of our partners, as well as motorists and residents. So that's in place now. Again, as Kurt mentioned, we are reaching out to the school district, which, is definitely something that we didn't reach out to during that event, but we understand that moving forward, that's definitely a great audience for us to tap into, but really making sure we're refining our communications plans, every small incident as well. We're making sure that our crisis communications is functioning properly. Not listed on here as well, we are meeting with our emergency first responders as well. We have our next meeting coming up on Thursday, so making sure we're in coordination with them. They know what construction activities are happening and still building on those relationships. Next slide. So we would love your help in sharing information. As I mentioned, we have our weekly social media posts, really great way to connect with folks. If you can share that messaging, the more people that we reach out to, the better. So everybody's as informed as possible. And on the left-hand side, if you aren't already, make sure that you're signed up for our text messages, which you can text Floyd Hill, all one word, lowercase to 2100. Again, you'll be getting up-to-date information on those impactful construction activities. We're not going to be spamming anybody's phones. So you're not going to get updates about lane closures at night or shoulder closures, just for those big impactful activities that might impact your travels along the corridor. And that is it for our presentation. I will open it up for questions either for me or for the rest of the team.
Questions? None from me. I think we have a staff recommendation for approval, don't we, Fred?
Yes, yeah, conditional approval, the conditions. With this being a public hearing, probably want to just
ask for public comment as well.
Public comment, get it out on the record.
So we have any public comment in the room to begin with? Hearing.
Greg Bell, I represent the trust of the property on the south side of Central Project, and I realize much of what our property is not really affected by this, but I did want to raise one thing that has come up in the course of the project, and that is when traffic is directed onto 314 from I-70, it makes the ability for the residents along 314 down there to turn onto the road almost impossible. And maybe some signage, at least for Hidden Drive or something like that, would be a really helpful item. We had an incident a couple of weeks ago when they had I-70 closed. I think they were retrieving a car from Con-Op or something. And both lanes of 314 were full with eastbound traffic. And so you couldn't even come up the hill to get to the residences down at the Hidden Valley interchange. So that was my only comment on.
All right, thank you.
Overall, I think the project looks great.
Thank you. Any other comment in the room? Any comments online?
Nobody is raising their hand. Nope.
Okay. Well, it's a good presentation. Actually, I know that I actually have it on screen and just so I wasn't shopping for new ski clothing the whole time. Okay.
The whole time.
I think you said you have no more questions regarding this.
I had two quick things since you're CDOT and you're here in the room. I did hear that this weekend your snow stand got stuck in our county without chains on.
Ooh. Stacia?
Thanks, Kurt.
My apologies.
I did hear that. Yeah, I don't have any other information other than that. I mean, it was a very challenging weekend all along the I-70 mountain corridor, but I'm not part of the snow staying group, so I don't have any other information.
Related, the sun glare closures that happened this morning, I almost didn't make it here on time because trucks got rerouted up US 40 without chains on and got stuck, one of which blocked both lanes for quite a while. So, just a small item to add to what you guys learned during this last storm cycle.
I almost didn't get here for the same reason.
I think on that subject, we've had the suggestion made by one of our citizens a couple of times now about continuing to route trucks up I-70 during the sun glare closure. And I know it requires some traffic direction to do that. And the reason being that they travel at a lower rate of speed, they're more prone and less likely to have an issue with the sun glare, and then route the cars on US 40 as a way to maintain mobility. So I know that's and again, this is off construction. It's just when the highway's open and it's only closed for sun glare. That's one possibility that's been brought up a couple of times. They weren't yelling and screaming, but they said it makes sense to them because the speed differential is what kills. And it's those accidents, it's people coming up being blinded and then running into someone else that's going slow. And the truckers tend to go slow to begin with, but they also tend to not slow down more. They're pretty consistent. They seem to do a better job of handling the sun glare. And I guess this might not, it's a 1041 permit for a construction project, so this isn't the right time, but I think as Sean said, since you're in the room, if anybody's got a comment.
We will gladly take your feedback and we will
pass it on
to the
whoever does that stuff.
Correct. Awesome. Thanks.
Well, with that, I don't have any more questions. Thank you for your time. It's always good to have you in. It's a nice report. I'm looking forward to this central section really getting going, and actually just to the fireworks show of just watching that thing go off and get built. It's gonna drop a lot of jaws, I think, when it happens. So with no more discussion and no more public comment, I think I'm ready for a motion here.
I move we approve resolution 24-13. Resolution 24-02 for 1041 permit for CDOT Floyd Hill project.
Were there some conditions that we wanted noted too, or the fact that we're conditions?
Yes, there are conditions in at the end of the reso.
Oh, okay.
So
they're built into the resolution. Okay.
Yep.
Sorry. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thanks for your time today. Appreciate it. So we have Lisa in the room, and we can either move to the appointment list if we want to have a short conversation, or we can move to Lisa with the water augmentation plan. And maybe take the appointment list directly after that.
Fine with me.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
I'm just delaying this soon, passing of the gavel.
Oh, really? I had a battle with my plow truck too, getting started. Once I gotta go, it's fine. Cool.
Does it need any exhibits?
Nope,
Okay.
just the reso.
Hey, thank you.
Yeah, you're out of control, honey. Wait, out of control or?
Hey, Chris.
Looks a little out of control. Okay.
Did you get my email, my 3 people over?
Yes.
Stephen may also have a phone number that a conference number, if you could look for a phone. I can give you the number 303-923-3714. Got it? Because they're in a conference room and they're, I didn't think they should drive up from Boulder today.
No, I get it. I totally get it.
Drive 2 hours to do 1 hour and drive 2 hours back.
Hoping it's not.
I need more people after that. I need.
It's after.
Where's
Rush.
my other 8 people?
Entourage.
Yeah. Does anybody else want to come up and say, sorry?
Some avatars or
Well, I was gonna have live people, but they are actually gonna virtually join us.
Okay, I believe I have them all.
Thank you. 3?
Yes.
Conference room, and then Andrea Carroll from Vanish and Rush. Perfect. Sure.
Is there anything you need me to share on the screen?
If Stephen can't get his PowerPoint up, I
Okay.
sent you the link.
That's something you want to say?
Perfect.
Oh, thank you.
If I cross them over, they should be able to, but
Hopefully.
yes.
Hey, 1 second before you start, George had a question or comment.
Yeah, just before you start, I see we have an hour for this. I did review the materials. It seems pretty straightforward. Really grateful that the work was completed. So just to start the presentation, I don't have any big questions or think I need a ton of detail on the methodology of the study, et cetera. We might be able to do this in less than an hour.
Sure.
Yeah, we're running a little late today, although we don't want to shortchange the value of your work in any way. It's good enough that it's easily understandable. As George said, it's pretty straightforward. So anyway, as a starter, take it away.
Well, thank you, Chairman. Thank you for all for being here, and we will jump right into our water rate study report. We've worked on this for about a year and we're anxious to present it to you. I won't review the memo I put in the packet. If anyone has, it doesn't sound like there's any questions on the basic background of why we're here. We haven't updated our report or the rate study since 2017, so it's time. And I don't expect the decision. This isn't because I want to hear how to bring it back then we will bring back a draft water rate, new rate structure and schedule for final review in a follow-up meeting.
Okay.
So that's kind of where we're at with that. I'll just let Stephen jump right in. Let me introduce my team. We have our water engineering firm, Di Natale, with Stephen Biegner and Kelly Di Natale, and then our water attorney, Andrea Carroll from Branish and Rush. So this has been a team effort and we're excited to present it. So Stephen, I'll let you take it away. Let us know if hopefully the PowerPoint works.
You're muted, Stephen.
Oh, you're muted. We can't hear you, Stephen.
If you could unmute the conference call phone number.
I'm sorry?
Do what? He wants to just be on the conference call number, not muted on the PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Can we do that?
Okay, so unmute him here. I can ask him to unmute.
The host would like you to unmute your microphone.
So mute your computer maybe and then go over the conference phone. Is that possible? And we can't hear the conference. So we still can't hear you, Stephen. So let's try something else. Maybe just through the computer?
All right, can you hear me?
Mhm. Yes, now we can.
Sorry for the technical difficulties. Kelly's going to mute himself. We were trying to use our conference phone, so the audio is a little bit better, but if everyone can hear me, we'll just speak loud.
Hear you fine.
Okay, great. And can you see the slideshow?
Yes.
100%. All right, thank you, Lisa, for the introductions. Like she said, my name's Stephen Beekner. I'm with Dinatelli Water Consultants, and I'm joined with by Kelly Dinatelli here. He might jump in a little bit later, but since we are the last meeting before lunch, we will try and move this thing right along. We'll start by giving you a little bit of background of what an augmentation plan is, why it's necessary, and what sets the county's aug plan apart. Hopefully some of this is remedial for you, but want to make sure we set the basis for understanding what exactly we did with this rate study. So in Colorado, we are a prior appropriation doctrine state, which means the use of water is governed by a doctrine that says, it's a fancy way of saying first come, first serve. So if you want to use water from the stream, you can certainly do so. But if there's somebody who got there before you, you need to make sure that you're not injuring them or prohibiting them from exercising 100% of their water right. The way that this works in reality is a lot of people need water year round, and therefore they need to augment their stream depletions that are occurring from their water use. So they develop a plan for augmentation, which has to be decreed through water court in order to facilitate full use of the water and not injure a senior user downstream. The image you're seeing here on this slide is the county's service area. So it's a majority of Clear Creek County. And as you can see in this image, all those little red stars are customers to the county's plan for augmentation. They're spread out across the county. Clear Creek runs through the county with a number of tributaries that contribute to flow on Clear Creek. And the reason we need a plan for augmentation is because there are very senior water rights located downstream, most of them in Golden, as I've depicted with that yellow star downstream. Clear Creek is an over-appropriated watershed and stream, meaning there's a greater demand than there is supply most of the time on Clear Creek. The evidence for that is best presented by what we're in right now. The scenario we're in right now is most of the South Platte River Basin, the Front Range of Colorado, is under free river conditions, meaning every water user is satisfied by the amount of water available to them currently, with the exception of Clear Creek. There is still a 1902 priority call on Clear Creek requiring the county and anybody upstream to replace 100% of what they're depleting from Clear Creek. That's a storage right call for Stanley Lake down there in the Croak Canal. And in fact, most of the time in Clear Creek County and on in the headwaters of Clear Creek, we are subject to a downstream call. A senior water user downstream is not fully satisfied in their water right, and therefore we have to either curtail our stream usage, our stream depletions, and not divert water, or augment that the shortage of what's consumed by our water use before it makes it down back to the Croak Canal or whoever's calling down in Golden. During the irrigation season, actually the call gets more severe. There's typically a 1860 priority call down on Clear Creek. It's older than the state itself. So it's kind of a perfect storm up here on the headwaters of Clear Creek, in the sense that we are subject to every call downstream, including those on the South Platte River, and there's very senior calls down below. So if any one of these red stars would like to use water year round, which I think most of them plan on doing that, they need to develop an aug plan, go through water court themselves, demonstrate their ability to replace 100% of their depletions, or they can join the county's aug plan. So the county's aug plan, we'll talk about that a little bit. it started as the Clear Creek County Water Bank. The county had the foresight to pursue a banking mechanism where they would take water supplies when they were available to them, store them, and then release them later on, meet them out throughout the year to augment the stream depletions from a number of customers located within the county. This has proven to be a very beneficial resource for the participants and customers to the county's what was the water bank and is now the plan for augmentation. The images you see here depict the 4 different main pieces of infrastructure or water that make up the water bank, the water resources that are used for replacement. I'll start down the bottom left-hand corner with the Vidler Tunnel. That's a picture of the portal of the Vidler Tunnel. That's a trans-mountain tunnel that brings in water from the west slope. The water that was changed in water court and has all of its replacement obligations made complete on the west slope. So when that water comes over through the tunnel, it enters into the South Fork of Clear Creek. That water is fully consumable. 100% of that water can be used within the county's aug plan. The lake just to the right of there is a picture of Green Lake. That is located also in the South Fork of Clear Creek Basin, and the county has a line that can capture some of that Vidler Tunnel water and store it in Green Lake. Green Lake is cooperatively managed with the city of Blackhawk. The county owns 100 acre-foot water right and storage space in Green Lake. That water right is a 2009 priority. So if you'll recall, the senior water rights down in Golden that are typically calling on Clear Creek are a lot older than that 2009 priority, meaning that Green Lake, though it has 100 acre-foot capacity, we don't get to fully utilize that 100 acre-foot right in every single year. Guanella Reservoir, just above that image, is owned by the city of Golden, but the county has a 50 acre-foot storage space agreement with the city of Golden. There's no water right associated with Guanella Reservoir that the county owns, but we have a perpetual agreement with Golden that allows us to store water in up to 50 acre feet of space in that reservoir. And then the last image is of the Climax Molybdenum Henderson Mine. The Henderson Mine has water that's tailing out of its mine that's about equal to the lease that the county has with Henderson Mine is about 12 acre feet per year or 1 acre foot per month. And that water cannot be stored, but it's just released, meted out into Clear Creek. It's actually the West Fork of Clear Creek. And we utilize 100% of that water to replace our stream depletions when it's available, since we cannot store it. So basically this gives you a picture of, we have 71 acre feet from the Vidler Tunnel of West Slope water that we can utilize, but we have to store it first in either Guanella Reservoir or Green Lake. And we have another 12 acre feet per year from the Henderson Mine that we cannot store. And it creates an operational set of operational protocols that we need to be flexible within and work within in order to make sure that our stream depletions that are experienced year round are replaced. This table here demonstrates the concept of a firm yield of a water right, which is what I was describing with respect to Green Lake. Even though the county owns 100 acre feet in Green Lake, we cannot rely on that water right being available to us each and every year because of the different seniority of calls down below and the fact that it's sometimes not accessible for us to store water. And once we store that water in Green Lake, it evaporates away if we don't use it right away. So we've made the determination, Kelly and I, that approximately 10 acre feet of that 100 acre foot water right would be could be considered a firm yield of that water right, which is not to say that we expect 10 acre feet of 100 acre feet to be available every single year, but rather we expect approximately 100 acre feet to be available once out of every 10 years. And so when you consider an average yield of that amount, you get to the 10 acre foot per year number. The Vidler Tunnel, as I mentioned, that those water rights constitute 71 acre feet, and we can rely on that every year. And then with the Guanella Reservoir storage space, we do not have a water right, but we have the ability to access that 50 acre feet of space. And we've added this third column over here for the long-term amount to depict the difference between Henderson Mine, what we can rely on from that lease presently, and whether or not we can rely on it long-term. Henderson Mine, I believe it was a 40-year lease when we first enacted that lease with Climax Molybdenum. And I think that lease expires in 2033, if I'm not mistaken. So we only have about 9 years left of relying on that lease. And while we will most likely pursue renewing that lease, we have no guarantee that it would be available to us long-term. So the takeaway from this table is that there's approximately 81 acre feet of firm yield water available to the county and its OG plan every year that we're trying to make the most use of. I created this chart to demonstrate what we're talking about with the Vidler Tunnel. You have Vidler Tunnel water is 71 acre feet, and it's brought over every year, usually between June and July. So I've shown that you have approximately 35 acre feet in each month of water coming into your watershed that you need to capture and store in order to facilitate replacement of these obligations down below. The red line are your monthly obligations as they present themselves throughout the year. So you have a year full of replacement obligations, and you have the majority of your replacement supply entering the watershed in 2 months of the year. So the area above the red line in the blue, that would be considered water that you need to store in order to release later. And any area between the red line above the blue line, that would represent a deficit that we have to plan on making a release from either Green Lake or Guanella Reservoir of our water resources in order to keep the stream whole. As I mentioned, we have 2 storage reservoirs. They are shared spaces. The city of Black Hawk and the county cooperatively manage Green Lake. We have a 2009 priority. I've said a little bit of this already, but the Guanella Reservoir space, when we have the ability to store additional water beyond the 50 acre feet, in the past couple of years, they've been, Golden has been willing to negotiate a 50-50 agreement with us where they would get 50% of the excess water over and above that 50 acre foot amount. So it's a nice safety buffer for us to be able to store 50% of our excess water. But we're taking a look at other possibilities to store 100% of that excess water. The county has a number of uses of water that require augmentation. The county's AUG plan, or plan for augmentation, is very unique in the sense that we anticipated there would be a variety of water uses requiring augmentation. Everything from indoor water use to replacing evaporation from ponds to construction uses and stock watering. This table just shows you that there are different consumptive or depletive rates for these different types of uses. And the county has customers to our plan for augmentation that represent all of these different types of uses. And I haven't even included all of them. We have snowmaking, we have I don't think we have any irrigation, but the county's OG plan has considered that there might be a variety of these types of uses. And I'll use the term umbrella augmentation plan later on. The county developed this umbrella augmentation plan to cover all these uses. All the uses that fall underneath the umbrella would be covered by the plan. In order to get the opposers to our water court case to agree to that approach, we had to make some rather conservative assumptions on the amount of water that's consumed in each of these different uses. So now I want to talk a little bit about the good, the bad, and the ugly of the county's augmentation plan. The good is that this thing has already been decreed in water court, and the county had the foresight 30 plus years ago now, to start the water bank as a benefit to their citizens and to the water users within the county, and get this thing decreed. Sending it through water court, ushering it through water court was a costly and time-consuming process that is very prohibitive for water users that are not a part of a plan for augmentation to take that cost and time on themselves in acquiring a decreed plan for augmentation. That's usually a non-starter for water users. So the county has provided a tremendous benefit to its citizens, both directly through those that are participants in the AUG plan, and indirectly to those who benefit from those businesses and live in those areas that are covered by the plan. In 2023, the county provided 65 acre-feet of water to its participants in the plan. If you'll recall, we considered 81 acre-feet to be the long-term firm yield of the plan. This means that there's approximately 16 acre-feet left of water supply that we can rely on year in and year out to so there's 16 acre-feet left that could be allocated to new users to the plan. So 80% of the way, more or less, the county has already acquired or gained participation from various customers up to about 80% of its firm yield. So that's all very good. This plan is being utilized, and it's not going ignored by other participants. Now for the bad, the county being located at the headwaters of Clear Creek represents a lot of geographic difficulties. What I've shown here in this figure are what's called in-stream flow rights, and those are owned by the Colorado Water Conservation Board, or the CWCB. These in-stream flow rights are essentially senior water users that really just want to keep the water in the stream on which they're depicted here in the image. So you can see even on the main stem of Clear Creek, there's a in-stream flow right, and on a lot of the tributaries, the Colorado Conservation Board, Colorado Water Conservation Board has said, if you have a water user that exists within these red highlighted reaches, you need to demonstrate that you can exchange to that point or replace to that point without injuring our water rights that are just simply keeping water in the stream. This means an exchange is a mechanism by which you can move water upstream. You replace water, you replace it downstream and divert off the river upstream. It's commonly used in Colorado. These in-stream flow rights prevent an exchange if that exchange were to reduce the stream flow below a certain threshold. So that makes providing water to all the water users within the county extra difficult. The other alternative would be if the county wanted to increase its water replacement supplies, they could acquire additional supplies if they were available and So perhaps they are available through one of the Trans Mountain tunnels that enters the county, but they're going to be extremely expensive. And as we saw with the Vidler Tunnel water that we've already acquired, storage is needed in order to fully utilize and increase the firm yield of those replacement supplies. But storage is also not cheap. It is rather expensive. And when you are trying to construct storage at altitude, it becomes even more expensive. And then for the ugly, the reason for a lot of the participants in the county's OG plan is the fact that the Division of Water Resources has been rather assertive in requiring compliance with water law for all sorts of water users, even some that are incredibly small water users. So what we've seen is that the DWR, Division of Water Resources, is identifying small ponds that exist on people's properties and saying, hey, if you aren't a member of a plan for augmentation, that pond is increasing the amount of evaporation on the Clear Creek's natural resources. And so that's a out of priority use, and you need to augment your use or drain your pond. It's taken better by some of our recent customers than I would expect, but as you can probably understand, there's a lot of frustration with being told that a family cabin that has a small hot tub sized pond needs to either breach their dam or spend a lot of money to join a plan for augmentation when things hadn't happened that way for years. So the image you see here is a gentleman's house named Graham Knight who just joined our plan. He has a 500 square foot pond. I just included this as an example because I found it almost comical. I don't know if anybody can identify where his pond is from this image. It's only 500 square feet, which is about the equivalent of 0.034 acre feet per year. And the exchange that we need to operate in order to get water to his pond is 0.40 and then an 8 CFS, or about 0.03 gallons per minute. So maybe a trickle out of your garden hose is the type of flow rate we're describing. But if you can't find the pond, I've included it right here. It's just in the shadow of a tree. So this is what we're dealing with right now. It's about a quarter of this guy's driveway is the level of detail that we are level of scrutiny we're seeing from the administrators of the counties of all the state's water resources. So in order to the rate study, that's kind of the background of augmentation plans. If I went too quickly or if you have any questions, let me know. For our purpose, the purposes of this rate study were to identify what the appropriate pricing for participation in an umbrella augmentation plan like the counties. So we went about this two different ways. The first way was we examined the to-date purchase costs associated with acquiring water rights, acquiring storage space, investing and building storage space, and the legal and engineering and administrative costs built into operating this plan. As you can see, these costs were significant, and they happened over time, over a number of years. So we took the present value of all these costs and found that they are worth about $6.3 million of capital in 2023 dollars, which if you calculate out a unit cost for 1 acre foot of water from this total one-time cost, you get about $78,200 per acre foot is the amount of water or the amount of money it costs to develop this plan. $78,000 an acre foot sounds like a lot until you consider if you were a developer trying to build houses on the Front Range of Colorado, municipalities are charging you between $60,000 and $70,000 for as a cash in lieu option for your water tap fees. Basically, if a developer has water they can bring to the table, they might not have to pay that, but if they don't have the water resources, some municipalities offer a cash in lieu amount that's ranging from about $60,000 to $70,000 for each single family home. Once you consider the amount of consumption that occurs at these homes and the amount of water delivered to each structure, this is equivalent to about $250,000 per acre foot. So
before you go on, is that $78,000, 200 an annual number? Is that a present value of all future revenues? What does that number mean?
The $78,000, that would be a unit cost of the to-date expenses associated with the OG plan. So if you have
I'm confused as why you're comparing that to tap fees, because those are sort of different things, aren't they?
Sure. It was just a point of comparison. The cost of water in Colorado is growing. I don't think anybody is experiencing a smaller water bill, but that was just for our point of comparison.
Is that 78,200 is, now as I understand, is a complete capital cost per acre foot. What the present value of that investment is unknown, or at least not calculated or entertained. That's just basically what we invested.
Yes, it has been. We have taken into consideration the present value, but yes, that's expenditures to date.
I think
some of this.
The point is that we have that as a right, and that's what it's cost for us to purchase and develop that right to date. Is that correct for those acre feet?
Yes, that's a good.
Okay, and for that annual right. And to purchase, and once you convert acre feet to taps, because a tap does not equal an acre foot, you were saying that, so you got to consider there's about 3 or 4 taps per acre foot. That's how you end up at somewhere around the value to get an acre foot of water in Denver purchased through taps today is about $250,000 to achieve that same right. And so that's why you were making that comparison. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Okay.
And that would be in this scenario, you define that's the cost to purchase that water right in perpetuity, effectively, right? That's not a one-time. That's not
correct. Correct. We did calculate the annual cost, and those numbers are presented in the summary report. They're much smaller than the capital cost, one-time costs, but I believe the total amount that the unit cost per acre foot for both recovering a one-time capital expense and operating this OG plan annually runs about $80,000 per acre foot.
So when you're in Denver and you buy a $60,000 tap for a single family residence, you're buying about 1/4 to 1/3 of an acre foot per year annual yield water right, effectively. Is that correct?
Yeah, if I can add in here. What you're buying is for the $60,000 to $70,000. That's the water use that the single family home uses. That single family home will consume about 0.2, 0.25 acre feet.
Yeah,
that's good. Yeah. So at the beginning of this meeting, George kind of mentioned that we're looking to sort of streamline this conversation. We've been talking about this program, this excellent program for 7 years. I mean, I think we're all familiar with the Vidno Tunnel, the lakes, all the rest of that. I think or at least what I'm most curious on is what are the specific recommendations to update what was put forth in 2017?
Okay. Well, we have a couple of slides that we could probably skip.
Yeah, I think we could skip these and go to the.
We're just talking about some of our other methodology. There are other plans that are similar to this plan. They are all backed by water conservancy districts, and so they have similar pricing structures in the sense that all the taxpayers in those property owners in those service areas are paying for the indirect benefit of having a plan for augmentation, whereas the county's plan is not backed by tax revenues. Rather, the participants in the plan are paying for it. And so the county's expenditures are, I don't know if I should use the word subsidizing, but they're covering the cost of operating and establishing this plan, whereas other plans that's baked into a separate tax for the property owner. So I'll jump forward then to what we have some recommendations and policy discussion points. As I mentioned before, there's approximately 16 acre feet, 15.5 acre feet of firm yield water supply that's uncommitted to any customers at this point. And the county could decide if a potential customer approached them and said, I need 15.6 acre feet of water, they could assign all of that remaining water to that one customer, or they could add 15 customers at approximately 1 acre foot of use per customer. And there are differences in how the rate structure is currently established that would benefit the county to have more customers at a smaller rate of water use. And these slides are just kind of depicting that there's only so much water that can be left. So there's only so many water uses that could be met and replaced by the county's AUG plan. In the interest of time, I'll skip ahead to our recommendation. We're recommending a price increase for the annual leasing of water supply for larger water users to $3,750 per acre foot, because there's a difference in I believe we briefly mentioned there's a $10,000 participation fee. It's a one-time fee per customer. That fee acts as a capital recovery mechanism. And so when that fee is spread out amongst more customers at lesser water use rates, the impact is a larger financial benefit for the county. It helps to recover some of that $6.3 million to-date expenditures. Again, this is a similar discussion point that we wanted to raise. And I have a heat map here to demonstrate the difference in revenues in the first year of participation in the county's AUG plan. If one new customer were to be added and use the remaining amount of water available, approximately $51,000 of revenue would be generated from that one customer. Whereas if 10 customers were added at 0.6 acre feet per customer of depletions, that amount of revenue generated is approximately $126,000 or $75,000 more, even though you're providing the same amount of replacement water to the stream.
Is this based on our current pricing scheme?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the recommendation, to alter the pricing scheme so that
structure.
Yes.
You want me to not say scheme, is that?
And the other piece, other recommendation we have is to charge a storage reservation fee. We see similar fees assessed in other umbrella augmentation plans that have to utilize storage in order to facilitate replacement throughout the entire year. So the storage reservation fee would be a slight increase in water leasing amount, financially amount. And what this does was it basically acts similar to that one-time participation fee of $10,000. It helps to recover the capital costs from all the users. And we've seen some water users that would like to reserve the right to have water provided by the county. And in effect, when you reserve water, you are telling the county, you need to keep this water in storage in the event that we need it. And if you don't need it, that water has been reserved for your use and cannot be allocated to anybody else. So you're inefficiently using the county's water resources and replacement supplies and not paying for as much of the delivery of that water as you would if you needed it throughout the entire year. There are certain customers that have their own water rights that are also not senior to the golden water rights downstream, and they are just hoping that they can benefit from the off chance that they're in priority. This would help to remove that possibility and, like I said, recover some of the capital that was invested in establishing the storage that's needed for this plan. This policy discussion point is similar to what we were talking about with the other water conservancy districts that we compared the county's plan to. Those water conservancy districts are all supported by tax revenues and I'm spacing on the term, the
Mill levy.
The mill levy and the additional tax enterprise fund. So financially speaking, the county's OG plan is established to benefit directly the participants in the plan and indirectly those who use those businesses. And the property owners of Clear Creek County are not providing a tax revenue for support of that plan. Whereas the water conservancy districts, it's a similar pricing or a similar mechanism to recover their capital expenses, but they don't have to price inclusion in their plans accordingly because they have that tax revenue base as well. Our last recommendation is to consider ways to invest in storage, additional storage in the county. As I mentioned before, the firm yield of the plan is about 81 acre feet, even though there's 71 acre feet of Vidler Tunnel water entering the watershed each year. And that's a less than the 81 acre feet of firm yield. If there's additional storage available and that Vidler Tunnel water is not entirely committed to plan participants in 1 year, it can be stored and rolled over into the next year. So if there's additional storage space available, that will help increase the firm yield of the county's OG plan. As a real rough calculation of what that might be of the financial impact of acquiring additional storage, you see that $6.3 million to-date capital costs and the current firm yield at 81 acre feet. If an additional reservoir were constructed, let's say it's a 20 acre foot reservoir and a junior water right was adjudicated and pursued for that storage structure, you certainly increase your capital costs, but you also increase your firm yield. And so your unit cost per acre foot would actually go down with the addition of some amount of storage. And this is just a hypothetical 20 acre foot amount. That was our last recommendation, was to pursue opportunities to either construct additional storage or partner with others in their construction of storage. And that wraps up our presentation. I'm sure there's questions. We're happy to answer.
Yeah, on that last slide, does that, those estimates, those cost estimates for constructing a new reservoir, how firm are those estimates? I mean, is that based on like a site and engineering, or are we gonna?
Those are based on some of our experience, and they're on the high end. $8,000 an acre foot is high end cost for lower elevation construction of reservoirs. Most lower elevation reservoirs are gravel pits that have been reclaimed and lined so they can store water. So yeah, these are not the $160,000 for construction of a 20-acre foot reservoir is not based on an engineering drawing. It's a general number.
My hunch, my hunch is that we could pay a consultant $160,000 to find a site.
She has.
Yeah, there's probably you'd be safe doubling, tripling those costs. A storage right, adjudicating a storage right for a new reservoir would probably be less contentious than getting an augmentation plan approved, simply because of the junior nature of that right.
I don't mean to throw shade on the idea that we should add storage. You make a really compelling argument. I would love to see a more firm estimate of what that might entail.
So here are some potential recommendations. You go back a few slides. Go back. Okay, right. So I think the one recommendation would be that the board could take action on soon would be to have a two-tier pricing structure. So $2,500 per acre foot per year for those users who are using less than 1 acre foot. And because we've recovered their capital costs through the one-time $10,000 participation fee. For the large users, the 10,000 has not recovered the total cost. And so that would be to raise their annual charge to $3,750 per acre foot. Doesn't get to full cost recovery, but it definitely gets the county on the way. Then, so that would be the one kind of more firm action that could be taken. Then it would be could research storage options, sites and costs more at a high level rather than, spending $160,000 on engineering on a site. And then decide if you want to work toward full cost recovery, which then it's going to really hit those pond users the most because they're the large water users. And then the other policy question is, as Stephen mentioned, that you have about 15, 16 acre feet of water left. 1 or 2 ponds could use all that water. So do you want to let 1 or 2 ponds use all your remaining augmentation water, or do you want to limit the maximum volume? And that's just purely a policy issue.
Yeah, I have a quick policy questions. I'm looking at Randy and George. Have we ever said out loud that recovering our past capital costs was a goal of this board for this particular program rather?
I think we've used the term cost recovery, maybe not so specific as to separate out capital costs versus ongoing operational costs.
Can I comment on that? This is born out of a conversation that we had in 2022, actually, as we were building the proposed FY23 budget, recognizing we were facing a budget that was going to be upside down. Finance director and I started asking Lisa specific questions. Are we recovering our costs for this program? Are we assessing the fees that we can be with respect to this augmentation plan? And that's how this
Right.
study was born.
But these costs were from previous boards, part of other budgets that have already been spent. And I guess my point is, we've had policy conversations here about what we feel is the purpose of this program, and it's economic development. And so we want to put water in the hands of users who are going to create jobs and create tax revenues, which is why it's never really been kind of, at least my perception of small users is, hey, we have this water, it's going to waste in a way, right? We have revenue opportunities. Why don't we let them use it for a limited period of time, knowing that when a strategic user comes along, their water usage is going to go away, which I think kind of flies in the face of some of the cost recovery things that we're talking about now. But I'm not against cost recovery. It's just I missed out on that part of this discussion, I think, where I don't remember having that specific part of it.
And I'll add, we've talked about small and large water users. We're referring to the amount of water that's used. Some of the, economic considerations for participation in the plan should understand that you can still be a small amount of water user and be an economic driver, more so than other participants of the plan. So some of the indoor water use based on the current mix of participants in the plan, the indoor water use uses significantly less water per user and on a total basis than replacing evaporation from ponds. Those are the main, the largest water users. And we put this in the summary report as well. I believe are approximately 80% of the water users use less than 1 acre foot of water per year.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And we're not a county that has golf courses or agricultural irrigation needs. So I think by and large, it is either kind of economic development, indoor use, or it's ponds and things of that nature, which generally, in my opinion, don't really lead to economic development. It's more aesthetics.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think I think water's water. It's a finite resource. And large water users, I mean, recovering costs from those large water users, even temporary. And then be on a contract structure that allows you to roll those into a more economically beneficial use at some point in the future it seems like that is what we've been doing, right? But the question is, are we charging them enough to actually recover costs? It seems like since it's sort of in many cases, that type of use is an elective cost, discretionary cost. It seems valid to be able to charge the full amount to recover costs if someone can afford to do that. If you can afford to store an acre foot of water that's so useful to economic development because we don't have a user for it yet, and that development hasn't occurred, it seems like they still ought to, pay at least the full cost.
And that was part of what we wanted to identify as a policy discussion point, was exactly what you guys are discussing, whether or not a water use should be treated differently based on the volume of water that is consumed.
And is there another way to look at this that's occurred to me? It might be a totally faulty rationale, but it is good to have those short-term contracts for storages like ponds, because they constitute storage of a sort while we're able to show that as use because we've allocated it. I mean, it's a long-term strategy, but it's a place where we've got it for now. We can show use and we've got it for now, and effectively it's stored and it reduces our need to store it in other places. Maybe my thinking's totally screwed up on that, but a light bulb went off in my head.
If you are augmenting, let's say, a residential development pond, you're augmenting the evaporation on the pond. So they're really not providing any storage of water for the water right. But you are, you are showing the use of your water right.
Yeah.
The one thing to realize is that in the future, let's say it's 20, 30 years down the line, and some very nice homes have been built along this pond, and now the county has an economic development prospect and could put that water to better use.
Right.
Well, if you take the water now and you no longer augment that pond, the state would require that pond to be breached,
Yeah,
to be drained.
there is a difference between the storage that the county has already acquired in Guanella Reservoir and Green Lake. That evaporation of that water is not part of the plan that's the OG plan that's replacing that evaporation because you're trying to keep that reservoir full. There's other reservoirs and ponds that are being kept full, and the county is releasing water from storage in order to keep the stream full whole, recognizing that by keeping those small ponds full, they're depleting the stream flow in Clear Creek. So when the county stores its water in Guanella and Green Lake, it evaporates away, but that's not a use that's augmented. It's just a use that occurs, basically. It's not augmented and administered by the state.
Okay.
I have some thoughts. I don't know if I don't know if our goal is to have a solid unified opinion by the end of this session. I sure hope not. First off, establishing two pricing tiers seems like one approach. Another approach would be to look at the one-time fee that we charge a large user. And I don't know that I have a strong opinion. I just realize that that's another approach we could take on whether or not we're trying to recover our capital costs. I would like to make that a conditional assessment. Sean, you reference economic development. That's why we invested these dollars as a county more than a decade ago. And it was a wise investment and we should be using that, right? Like local governments talk about economic development incentives and those incentives cost money. And what we're talking about right now is probably our strongest incentive that we can offer is pricing on water. So I'm more than willing to entertain less than market rate price for economic development, defined as change that makes our lives better. So I'm not talking about anything that you want to build. I'm talking about something that meets our development goals. Whether that's because it's a housing with a price commitment or because it brings jobs that we think are good jobs, that's something that this board needs to work on and define. And lastly, I mean, knowing the cost perspective is one half of trying to figure out how to arrive at a price, right? The other one is knowing what the market rate is, right? What are people willing to pay? And I would really value that piece of information because as I view it, we owe it to our taxpayers to get as much money as we can for something that we own privately, the people of Clear Creek County own privately. That helps keep tax rates low, with the exception that we should also use that to expand our tax base and provide economic development.
Right.
So that's, in my mind, that's kind of the outlines of the puzzle that we're trying to solve. This is very important information. I like a number of these recommendations and I'm not sure how they fit together when you consider kind of those other elements that were just brought up.
I think at the beginning of the conversation, Lisa stated that we're bringing this to you today to start so we can get it percolating in your head and get some kind of direction today, maybe not, but get us informed and get it percolating in our head so that we can get to a place where we've got something that we can make a decision about which one of these recommendations or an alternate recommendation that may not even be here, a hybrid, we can do in the future. So in answer to your question, to get direction today, finite direction today, I think we started the meeting without that expectation. And with regard to the other thing we're talking about, like development, subsidizing development, giving lower than market rate water to enhance development, development has impacts. I mean, I'm not being anti-development, but I believe that development needs to also pay for its cost to be beneficial development to the community. And so, like you said, it depends on what that development is, whether you give people, water is a finite resource. And to enable development by giving that water out at less than market rate, first of all, as you mentioned, is that's the taxpayer paying for it because the money's got to come from somewhere that pays for stuff. So when we sell that water at less than market rate in order to let development happen, and development has impacts, then that's potentially becomes a way within which development is not actually providing the benefit that we're hoping for. If we're subsidizing them with the value of our assets, then you have to question the value of whether it really actually is economic development. And I'm not being anti-development. I'm just saying that I think our pricing structure should reflect the value of the asset that we're providing, or it's not real economic development. And we can look at other ways that it provides other offsetting positive balance, that it balances by providing other positive economics so that it's almost like an augmentation plan, a fiscal augmentation plan where this provides a benefit over here that makes it an economic benefit both to the community at large and to our government costs, so that it makes it worth having made that investment of a reduced cost. I think that's got to be demonstrated in the type of development it is.
Well, and there are, as you'd mentioned, there's two ways if you are seeking better cost recovery. One is through a pricing tier where you start recovering some of the additional capital costs on an annual basis. On an upfront basis, since we've determined that the current value investment that the county has is about $78,000 per acre foot. Just to put it in perspective, that if somebody was coming in with a 2-acre pond, that requires 5.8 acre feet per year of augmentation water. And at $78,000 per acre foot, that's a capital investment of $452,000, which is probably price prohibitive on a pond, but that's kind of those economies of scale that you're looking at on the large users.
And one item I wanted to add about the storage and the recommendation to pursue opportunities for storage within the county. The plan for augmentation decreed in what's called case number 05 CW 302, the county's aug plan, also identified a number of storage sites, and the county already has decreed storage rights for other locations. The difference being that those locations have no construction or infrastructure has been installed at those locations yet. Those are what we'd call conditional water rights to date. So it's you're not starting from square one if you're looking for potential storage options. And I'm sure Lisa can speak to that as well.
There's mud.
All right, I'm not hearing any opposition to bringing back some options for a new rate structure for FY25.
No, not for me, not at all.
Great. I think we have good feedback. Thank you. And we'll be coming back before you with a more thorough discussion of water future rates.
Okay, thanks. So what's your pleasure, gentle women and men? We've got we have a lunch that we're halfway through right now. And we also have a session that we have deferred up until now, which is resolution of appointment and acknowledgement for certain things. I could use this 15 minutes to stuff a granola bar or something in my mouth and myself, but I'm willing to entertain other options.
Maybe take 15 minutes now. Is
Yeah.
that enough?
15 minutes is enough. Yeah. Take 15 minutes now for lunch. A break. Yeah. Okay with that?
Okay. The technician that can correct the clock.
We've tried.
It's ran out of
I
battery.
gotta get a new one.
Oh,
We need a new clock.
Yeah, that's a 1:45, right? I'm saying here.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So we'll be back here at 1 or a minute or two after.
Okay.
Okay, we're back in session. The next item that for consideration is the interview for vacancy on the Clear Creek Planning Commission with Dave Christensen, who has applied for reappointment, I believe. So, Dave, you're here with us?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, sir.
All righty. Pardon the casual look. I got a crink in my neck, and this is the only position of comfort.
Oh, poor thing.
And if I give any wrong answers, that crick probably messed up my thinking too.
Okay. I'm just going forward to your application. I think one thing we've usually done is we have your application and see your answers. But we'd just like you to talk to us generally about your, I think we're starting with talking generally about your time in place and your impressions of what's going on and what you think you have brought to the board and to the commission and learning, and also just talk a little about any suggestions you have about it. So it's a relatively free-form conversation. I think I would start with saying, I think I'll ask the question, how do you feel you're fitting and liking the work and learning from it?
I think I fit in fine. I've seemed to, we've never had any issues on the panel. So we maybe had different thoughts, but no disagreements, nothing. And it feels good. Like I said in my answers, the county needs help. This is an important thing to help the county move on. I'm happy to help. It's sort of my sweet spot in a sense, because my undergraduate and graduate degrees in engineering and city planning meld nicely with the thinking about the issues, land use and other issues for the county. I don't need to, if I said any more, I'd babble right now.
How do you believe the commission itself is operating as a group?
I commend the staff. As far as I can tell, we're doing fine. The issues that come up, we've reached decisions. The staff has been great. If anybody asks questions, they can answer them. In truth, it isn't. We listen to Adam and staff and then make, I would say, kind of common sense decisions. It's not rocket science in that sense. So I feel good about helping the county, and I so far been pleased with the way the commission has worked with the staff. I can't think of any issues.
Yeah, you've only had what, about three meetings in the last year, I think, something like that?
That's about right, and I've wondered about that. Whether things are just slow in the county, but yeah, I've noted, and thanks for Zoom on this and those. If I have a contribution, it's not having my body there; it's my brain. So. Unless it's a fashion shoot, then in which case I'm always well dressed. Come on, guys, that's a joke. Lighten up there.
George.
This is obviously a reappointment. Hey, Dave. Hey, neighbor. I feel like at some point, at some levels in the past, people have felt an obligation to keep serving because we've historically had a hard time getting people to serve. So I always say, this is your time to tap out. This is your time to say, you don't want to do this anymore for a variety of reasons. So I just wanted to make sure you knew that and to confirm with you that you are truly interested in continuing to serve.
Let me respond. I think I'm a good fit, and I've been a steady provider. If there was someone who was chomping at the bit and was qualified, I would step aside in the best interest of the county, but I'm happy to continue.
Okay, yeah. I look forward to a time in the future where our civic engagement and enthusiasm causes us to have that problem, but we're not there yet.
Well, then you're stuck with me, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's it, for me. Thanks for reapplying.
I don't. I don't think I have any questions. I mean, you've been on the committee, your attendance has been good. I've been happy with the recommendations that have come from the planning commission. I think Randy and Sean kind of already covered it. So thank you for coming and for your interest.
And a personal note, Randy, my extreme condolences. I can't imagine.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. If that's it, then gentlemen, I will bid you fondue, and I'll go back to putting a heat pack on my neck to say, if you could get a coat with a heated collar, that would be cool.
I
Anyway.
understand completely, and we don't make the decisions today's meeting, but that's just the way we go through it, but we'll make one pretty quickly here at the next meeting and make it official, so.
Very fine. I will await your decision.
All right.
Before you go, is it true that you gave yourself whiplash on your electric motorcycle?
I'm sorry, say something about my
Is it
wonderful.
accurate? Is it accurate that you gave yourself whiplash from your electric motorcycle?
I have an electric motorcycle. I missed the question part of it.
That you're suffering from whiplash.
Oh.
Because of it.
Is that the voice of someone who knows the beauty of an electric motor? Let's just say that unintentionally, if I'm the first in line at a light and I look back, everybody's 100 yards behind me and I haven't even tried. So it's very gratifying. And in fact, if on a business note, this thing, when I was commuting back and forth to my son B&B down in Denver, it was $16 for gas and 60 cents if I did it by electricity. I hope you guys are considering electric options for where you have vehicles that do, the same trip and come back home every night to the same place. Just keep, and it's zero maintenance, and you plug it in the wall. It's pretty fun, and no one hears you coming. That's the sweet part.
Thanks, Dave.
Okay, gentlemen.
Thank you, Dave.
All right, thanks, Dave.
See you, fellas. Bye-bye.
Bye. We've got Aaron in here right now. I suggest we roll right into the EMS, the next item, which is the consideration of approval for Clear Creek County Emergency Medical Services grant application, the Colorado CDPHE EMTS program for a new ambulance in addition to the use of ARPA funds for the required county match. Yes, sir.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Very quickly, I turned around and you were.
Seemed like it was my turn. Thank you again for the kind words earlier. I'm honored to be here in this capacity, genuinely. The request here is for EMTS 2025. And I guess there are two requests on here. At one of the budget reviews, it was mentioned that we should consider requesting more than the standard 50% funding through EMTS. And the first request we have is actually to just pursue the standard 50% match. The reason being, if we pursue more, if we ask for 90%, for example, and our local match is 10%, we have to fill out a financial waiver. If we're declined that financial waiver, then our grant application does not continue through the process. So we'll be funded $0. And while we have our own financial concerns, we're in a lot better shape than a lot of the other EMS agencies in the state of Colorado. So last year, the current cycle we're in is EMTS 2024. CDPHE had $4.4 million to fund. The request throughout all the agencies was a little over 5.2 million. And so they'll have to find somewhere to trim those numbers this year as well. They actually have less funding this year at $4.3 million. So we would kind of be low hanging fruit, I think, if we did request more than the 50% match.
Trimmed early.
I think so.
I agree with you. And it's a bad system. And Tim Petrie, the finance guy from CPG, was talking about having agencies do essentially the financial underwriting at the beginning of the cycle to qualify for one of the levels. And then they can basically go apply for that level, knowing that it's only going to be based on the merit of the application, having nothing to do with their, the financial waiver. So I think that that's a problem with the design of the system. I would agree with you. You should just go for the 50%.
Okay, thank you. And then the second request would be to use ARPA funding for our local match. And I think I've overestimated a little bit, but the estimate that I have for this ambulance remount for EMTS 2025 is right at $200,000. Our local match would be 50%. That's right around $100,000. We know we have a financial pinch point in several years because of the addition of chat. And using ARPA funding for this purpose would help us push that out just a little bit further.
Okay. And I don't, go ahead.
So the choices, first off, I agree with Sean. We should just go ahead and apply for the match. And then the choice is whether to take it out of your ambulance fund or whether to take it out of ARPA money.
Correct.
And if we take it out of your ambulance fund, we hasten the day that your ambulance fund is insolvent. Is that the argument you're making?
Correct.
We could structure a similar argument with respect to every dollar in every fund in this government. I'm not sure what the therefore is, but
I kind of have the same feeling. And what I was thinking too is maybe because $100,000 of ARPA money that's a lot. That's a big chunk.
Yeah.
I could see maybe ARPA meeting EMS halfway, but I think 100,000 is a little too much.
What's our remaining balance this time?
Attached to this agenda, I think it's around 700,000.
68,581.
One other strategic piece is, I mean, I've done the grant funding for CAPG for the last 6 years, and one of the criteria that we use, no matter whether they're applying for 50% or 10%, is some element of financial need. And so you actually make yourself more attractive to grant scores by having more financial need. So doing something intentionally to reduce our financial need in the future might make it harder for us to get other grant dollars for the new program.
Okay.
And by reducing our financial need, we reduce our ability to, our attractiveness for grant recipiency.
Because there's a limited pool of money, and the general philosophy is that it should go to who needs it most. And I think that's sort of a general philosophy in many grants.
Sean made the comment about, sounded like using half as much ARPA money as, like 50 grand a meeting at halfway. I don't know if that's the right amount. I don't know if any is the right amount. What are your thoughts, George?
I'm not gonna have a super strong opinion on any of this. I could split it 50-50. I'm curious, without ARPA, do you have budget or do you need a supplemental appropriation?
I have it in, it's built into the EMTS 2020, or I'm sorry, to the our fiscal year 2025 CIP plan. But again, with the addition of the chat team, I think Maria would be able to answer this a little bit better than me, but I think it puts us using general fund money in 2028, 2029 at this point.
When do we have to spend all the ARPA money?
It needs to be appropriated by this year, this current fiscal year. Must be spent by the end of 26. So we need a future work session on this, or maybe a brief discussion, because again, we need to, this $700,000+ needs to be appropriated this year.
Yeah. I mean, I always bring this up, dollars are fungible. I know that these have some different limitations around them, but they're broadly available to spend on our priorities. So another way to look at this is we could always help the chat program in the future with other dollars besides ARPA dollars.
As I was thinking the same thing. If it's built into the budget now, if it helps show greater need now, to go ahead and use the money that's already budgeted within EMS. And then we've still got the ARPA money in the bank to use also. chat group.
So I guess the way I look at this, ARPA money is free money. All the other fungible money is local tax dollars.
Yeah.
If you could spend free money and deer money on the same thing, they're fungible, so you should look at them the same.
I know, but that's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, my sense is that we should absolutely encourage you to apply for this grant with confidence that matching funds will be available and that a decision about which fund it comes out of can be the result of a broader conversation about ARPA.
Sure.
Does that seem reasonable?
Absolutely.
The retreat probably.
And you know, whether it comes $100,000, whether $100,000 comes out, ends up in that account now or in 2028. I think
It's
this board and
immaterial.
hopefully any future board's commitment is that the EMS program will be solvent, right?
Great. Thank you.
And congratulations.
Thank you again.
Yeah.
I have heard excitement from a number of people in the community that your promotion was made permanent.
Good.
The guy,
Hear that.
the guy now.
Thank y'all very much.
All right. Well, that was pretty quick. So it's not even quite 1:30. We jumped right onto that. And so maybe this would be a good time for us to, since we just completed the 1:30 item already, and the next item is until 2 o'clock, our interview with Nicole, this would be a good time to do the application list. So, I have not spent a lot of time mulling over this, so I'd kind of like to hear everybody else's suggestions on things. I know one of the things is that I am currently sitting as the chair, and no, George, I haven't been stalling all day. I was really trying to just manage the schedule. I promise I wasn't trying to maintain the throne for as long as possible, so.
You know, some things you just don't have to put much effort towards.
Or they just come naturally, you know, I think that's the same thing, the same. So, how do you want to do this? Do you want to just run down from the top?
I could share the observations I have, but there's only one board that I noticed anything needing to change.
Okay. What's your observation?
JCRB, Juvenile Community Review Board, bottom of page 3. There are 5 names that were floated for potential appointments, none of whom have been, I have not seen an application or anything approaching a process for this board to make those appointments. And yet we see them on this appointment thing. So this board needs to decide, do we want to conduct interviews for these? Are they nominees? To the extent that they're nominees, do we want to conduct interviews? Do we want to make these appointments as suggested? I think these names were suggested by Judge Jones. I'm not sure if Judge Jones is the person who is responsible to make these nominations. I'm not sure if the new sheriff has had any input on this. So that's the context. My hunch is that we should not make these 5 appointments until our staff has a chance to get with the sheriff and with the judge and review whose appointment is it to the JCRB? What's our nomination process and how is it going to be in keeping with the rest of our nomination processes that these boards have? Or do we want to say Juvenile Community Review Board is a board that operates under different rules than every other board and commission we have? Judge Jones and I have been exchanging emails. She points out that asking for these professionals to conduct an interview to perform a voluntary service might reduce their desire. It might make
That
it
would
harder
apply
to
to any
find
board,
people.
though.
That would apply to any board or commission. So yeah, that's the context. I'm curious to hear what you two think.
I like your first suggestion. I mean, I greatly respect the opinion of Judge Jones. I also respect the process, and I think that those two things can coexist. I think our new sheriff should have an opportunity to understand what this is all about and work with Judge Jones to come up with a recommendation for us.
Okay. And I know, I mean, we did interview Janine Mariani and was it in 2023 or 2022?
I think it was last year, 23.
I thought that interview went well and I enjoyed having the opportunity to take it and very confident that she's doing a good job over there. She's the only person on this board I have interviewed.
And how many of these folks are, you said there were 5 that are new?
Yeah, it's the representative, it's the Clear Creek School District representative, which was made vacant when Karen Quanbeck resigned. Law enforcement representative, which was made vacant when Rick Albers resigned. Probation representative, which was made vacant, I think, due to staff turnover. Alternate representative within 1 mile of a facility has been vacant for a long time, but Cecilia Waldron apparently has expressed interest, maybe to Judge Jones. And then local judiciary alternate is a name that was mentioned, but that was not appointed last year, and we did not interview him. So what I did is I compared this that's in your packet to what was sent to us by Beth in December. And what I'm suggesting is that we approve what Beth sent us in December, which is the status quo. And then all of these potential nominations, we confirm that they're actually nominations and we decide how we want to proceed.
Yeah, whether to interview or not. Yeah. I'm okay with that.
I had a question about the RETAC and I was gonna ask Aaron, but is he just out of the room for a second or did he?
Yes, if I would be okay without him, and so I think he's gone.
Well, maybe I can ask George. Don Kugel, I remember we appointed him to the RETAC board, Regional Emergency Advisory Council. He's from the Fire Authority. Obviously, I know Canlin and Aaron. I was just kind of curious to know whether he's adding value, whether he's showing up, whether he's making the use of the seat we gave him.
Where's that one?
It's under free tag.
Page 2, about a third of the way down.
Oh, in the free time.
Foothills
Okay.
Regional Emergency.
Oh, yeah. Foothills. And which person were you asking about? Was it Don?
Don Kugel. We can always change it later. I mean, I think I'm fine with the status quo. But I mean, if Aaron was here, I would be asking. Because we've had a situation in the past where we either had empty seats or people who didn't go, and that's not good.
Yeah, otherwise I had, I remember I did scan this and I didn't really have much in mind for changes because I think we want to, I mean, we may have some roles. We could decide on some role changes at the, and they would be minor, it'd be 1 or 2, like among us, the things that we're doing, or someone that we may want to put either staff in place or switch to someone else. But I don't know that we'll do that at all, and it's something we can discuss at retreat. And this is a living document. You can always remake any of these appointments at any time that you see fit, as far as where we've assigned ourselves. And I think I'd rather do that and get through the retreat first and have a few more weeks to kind of process thinking about roles we want to have, and that, which leaves the only other thing, which is the BoCC, which we've been rotating, and it would rotate from on an annual basis. We've been rotating, and in order that we've been going, it would rotate to George. And so we have deviated from that in the past. I will state that I had some thoughts based on current events in my life of saying that I'd like to do this again. And then I had other thoughts about it and said, why did I even think that? So that went away really quickly. It took me about 15 minutes to think about it. And so I think it's actually, I'm fine moving on from this center chair as long as I can keep this chair because it's very comfortable and roll it over there. But
Yeah.
So how about you guys?
I know like the rotation would result in me being chair this year. I put a lot of thought into it after experiencing all 3 of us as chair and watching board dynamics for a whole year. I believe our board dynamic is best when Sean is chair. And so my preference is that we make Sean the chair this year. Next year, it will be my goal to be chair. We'll have 2 new commissioners, and we'll see if they choose to support me in that.
Yeah, it's 2024.
Yeah, well, thank you for saying that. I'm more than happy to do it. And selfishly, I find it that I pay much more close attention to what's going on when I'm running the meeting. And that's probably a good thing in my last year.
I'm glad I heard that from you.
And then if that is what the 3 of us like, I would love to be the vice chair.
Because then it makes you, so you would continue in the role that you've been, and then that would make you, then if we follow the rules, Nick, if the new people that you're sitting here with follow the rules next year, then at least there's an argument to be made of why you're rotating. It's your turn. And you've been there for so many years, and you've only had one time as chair so far, as I recall.
I mean, the argument I'll make is, hey, I've been in a bunch of these meetings for the last 5 or 6 years. Would you like me to take a stab at running them well, or do you want to run your first meeting yourself? That's the argument I'll make. But that's next year. So the only other thing I want to mention, and I forgot to earlier because I didn't include it on my notes, CCI Health and Human Services. I think we should appoint Sarah Casano as an alternate, so that if we're unable to make it, she can be the voter there.
That's a really common thing. We used to, I think we actually have done that in the past a long time ago from here, and lots of counties do that. They just have their HHS director as the chair, as the representative to that.
Question is, do we want to make her the primary or the alternate? And I don't know if I have a strong opinion.
I think I like the idea of primary. It just, it carries with it the responsibility and the focus. And I think she would be the primary, she would be providing primary input, and to have one of us as the alternate is seems like the best choice to me.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I use one or the other.
And it lists all commissioners. So I would just suggest that Sarah be the primary, all commissioners be listed as the alternate.
Got it.
Another thing just to mention, GCMH merged with the mental health provider based in Denver. And part of the negotiation, Gilpin County and Clear Creek County and Jefferson County did preserve a board seat for one commissioner from each county. We did lose the shared resource. So Chad, his position will go away next year. And because in the past, Clear Creek and Gilpin have worked together to find one other person from the community to sit on that board, and that will no longer be the case just because of kind of the dynamics of a much larger board with larger geography. I think that's it.
So I'm going to take Chad off, but leave you on there.
The merger's not done yet, so I think you
Okay.
can probably leave them on there.
Oh,
Should be
okay.
on there.
Okay.
I think the merger's gonna get done over the next few months.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, you guys, I think I'm being slow. I think I had more notes that I'm just realizing that I took.
Bunch of notes.
Did.
One kind of question I have, and I think I know the answer, which is there aren't any, is there any other appointments that the new Sheriff Matt Harris's opinion is appropriate to solicit before we publish this?
Other than JCRB?
Right. I just kind of looked through it and I think the answer is no, but I'm not certain.
While George is looking at his notes, I just want to make a note for Beth, where on page 3, you have temporary chair of the Board of County Commissioners. If you could just call that vice chair from now on.
Yeah, that's better.
And then
We did have that, but I was gonna still maybe change it.
I'm not sure if, well, I'll talk, Beth, we have to make sure that the signature blocks for future resolutions have chair. Versus
Yes.
chairman. I
Yep.
don't know if we need to advise departments. I don't always get the resolutions before they.
I will do email to leadership team.
Thank you.
One other thing, I think, are we missing the second fire authority board appointment?
Yes.
Yeah,
Is that missing by design?
It continues to be vacant.
we've been advertising it, but
I guess my question is, is it worth putting on here to note that it's vacant? So we're kind of, other than it's somewhat confusingly leaving it off.
Makes sense to me.
I could do that.
And then I would point out, while we're looking through this, I didn't, where I put a bunch of comments onto a PDF, but I'm not finding it. Public Health Chaps Board, I'm listed as the appointee. Near the bottom of page 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 up from the bottom.
Oh, yes.
I'm not aware that this board exists or that they meet. I did not attend the meeting of this board last year. I'm not sure it should be on this appointments list.
This was Laura for quite a while, and I think it kind of maybe
Fizzled
right
out.
up blew away when she left.
I didn't.
Wasn't it?
I'm trying to remember. Why am I forgetting? I don't know.
We're preparing to move
Why did I
over.
forget? What was the jobs for public health? It's in the Colorado Health.
Community,
I think that's
CHAPS is the
surveying.
acronym. for
Oh,
Community
that's the health assessment.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But we don't have a health assessment board. I wasn't on any kind of a health assessment committee.
Yeah,
Um,
so I remember this, the nurse, or no, Andrea was working on this, the last one. And before her was Linda, Trinda. What do we do? How often do we do CHAPS? Every 5 years?
every 5 years, and it doesn't form a board.
They did form a board last time. They Go away.
Yep. Okay, I'll take it off.
So were there, was there any more discussion about the, anything else on the list?
Do you think we should add the collaborative effort on here?
Collaborative effort's still on there, isn't it?
Sharon.
Thought I saw it.
It is under to me.
Oh, where? Oh, it's under I-70. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, it's there.
I was looking for,
No change.
okay.
I will point out, G.
Oh, sorry, I just had never done that in all this time. I've been a commissioner for 7 years and I haven't had the opportunity. This is my last chance to swing the gavel.
Actually, you'll get another one. There's a little bit of a
No, what is going on?
process issue to resolve here with this. I just want to point out that we make these appointments and resolutions throughout the year. And then once a year, we look at this whole list. And so we're kind of appointing people twice. And it gets a little bit messy. And I don't know exactly the way to resolve that, except maybe in future years to not call this an appointment resolution. Maybe we do need like a place to list all of our appointments, right? But process is a little confusing, right? I would point out I would point out that this list was sent out and 5 people were suggested to be appointed, and it made it all the way to this final packet outside of the process. It's just one example of what happens when you have a confusing process, right? Where you're appointing mid-year with an individual resolution and then also having an appointment date that you reappoint everybody or something. So I don't know what to do about that. I just want to point out it's a little bit of a fuzzy process and would like it to be better.
Maybe it's how
That's
we
my last
word it,
comment.
and maybe it's how we word this resolution or whatever it is that ratifies this. Because we could kind of look at it as an annual ratification or reappointment of everybody that's on the list, whether the last time they were put on the list was last year when we ratified it, you know, or at the first meeting in January or whatever. Or whether they were appointed throughout the year at some point, because it is a living document that changes anytime we change any of these people.
In the future, we can slap an agenda memo on and put the recommendations on here and then give you back this that you've adopted. So nothing has changed until you actually change it.
That we're simply readopting everyone on the list for the next year unless it changes during the year.
Yeah, so okay, just wanted to point that out.
Whatever.
Shall I try to summarize this in a motion?
Please, because I don't know what I'm typing.
Somebody go for it. I'm still the chair until we adopt it, so I don't have to make the motion.
Just want to make sure there's a resolution number, I'm sure.
There isn't actually.
24-13.
It's the wrong one. It's the wrong time.
24-13.
Yes, sir. You got it.
Move we approve resolution number 24-14 with the following changes. Chair of the board is Sean Wood. Vice chair of the board is George Marlin. CCI Health and Human Services Committee, the primary is Sarah Casano, the secondary is all commissioners. Public Health Chaps Board is being removed from the list. The JCRB position is listed as vacant until appointments are made by this board. Clear Creek School District Representative, Law Enforcement Representative, Probation Representative, alternate representative within 1 mile of facility, local judiciary alternate. That's the balance of the changes, am I correct?
Resolution 24-13.
Yes.
Said 14.
Oh, yes, resolution 24-13.
Second.
Almost such a nicely worded motion.
We have a motion, a second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Oh, you really do want your chair, huh?
That's it. I'm not doing this chair. I used to
We
do
always
this.
tell them they move all the time.
I used to do this to Tim Mock. Remember how Tim had that thing about his chair?
He was persnickety about.
He was
those
really
kinds of
persnickety
things.
about, so I used to come in the morning, he'd still have his chair, but I'd get here ahead of him. And I would just come over and like change the angle on the chair and lower it a little bit, and just do 2 or 3 adjustments to the chair before he got here. It's pretty mean. Yeah, it's okay.
All right.
I can do this.
I'm gonna put this right here in case you feel some kind of a powerful urge to take action with it today.
One of those was, oh, I got it in my hand.
That's a lot of trash, Sean.
Yeah. So in the words of the Gipper, trust but verify.
I think that's yours.
All right, so we have a 2 o'clock interview. Is she available?
Numbers?
Oh, it's only, I know, right, it's only 1:49.
She is though, if you are
Oh.
interested.
Why don't we? Doing it?
No opposition for me, Mr. Chair.
Let's do it.
I just promoted her to panelist. See if she accepts. She might have stepped away if she's waiting for 2. Nicole, if you can hear us, if you could accept being promoted to a panelist, that would be great, so we could interview you. She declined it at first. I get a lot of people decline. I'm like, well, you need to do this, please. There
This
we
is
go.
how you get on.
Yeah. There's a few people doing CDOT who declined. I'm like, please accept this. All right. Perfect. Nicole, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Perfect. Oh. She was there and she just fell off. So maybe we. move on for a little bit. Oh, there she is.
Hi, are you there?
I'm here. This is Nicole.
Perfect.
Hey, Nicole, this is Sean Wood. Thanks for your application, your reapplication to continue. This is just part of our process, and I always like to give people an opportunity to kind of share a little bit about what their experience has been serving on a board, volunteer board here at Clear County. So maybe take a few minutes and just share with us a little bit about what it's been like to be a member of the Tourism Bureau, and your interest in continuing, and maybe any ideas you have about how we can support the Tourism Bureau better. So I'll turn it over to you.
Those are loaded questions. Thank you. In the beginning, I think for me, being on the Tourism Bureau, things kind of took a change, right when COVID came and shut down. And so I think it's never been the same process. And then getting on and working with the state tourism board to redevelop, management versus tourism and what that looked like after COVID. So I feel like we're kind of getting back to where we were in 2019 now, over the last few years, and then taking a step forward with the visitors management, just kind of how do you train the people that come to be better stewards of like our area, right? And I'm sorry, you guys, I've been in a car for 3 hours, so I don't know if you can hear me good here. I'm trying to get this.
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you just fine.
Okay, good. And I think the experience it's been good. I mean, it's been a really big learning experience and eye-opening, and working with different departments. Things have developed over the time, like ROMP, didn't used to exist with the recreation management, and kind of getting all the entities together and working together. I think also just new relationships forging with Georgetown Promotions, how they've kind of broken off. And then we have the Idaho Springs Chamber that is ever changing as well. So those are our two big anchors for the county. And let's see. So I'd have to say the experience it's been good. What is coming down the pipeline? I just think working together, bringing everybody kind of together, like Georgetown and Idaho Springs and the county, and then ROMP with the recreation management, and utilizing what everybody's doing so we're not all doing double work, I think would be a good thing.
Okay. One thing I'm always been curious about the Tourism Bureau, I don't think it's been at full membership recently, has it?
No, we still have 2 seats open. We did just have Jess Jones join, and she comes from the Georgetown Promotions. I think it would be awesome if we could get somebody from the restaurant business in, but they're busy, and they have problems with employee shortages and so forth. So yes, to answer that, I believe we still have 2 more seats available.
And that was kind of my question is, from your perspective, I mean, people volunteer, people get recruited. I have worked on recruiting people to volunteer boards in the past. Who do you think besides, so restaurant is one, that's great. There's one other open spot. What other sort of skill set or person do you think would be good to add to the mix that we can start looking for?
I would like to see somebody who could come in with like history. And, I had like this side passion project with our mining and our history in town. Somebody, I feel like we don't have a visitor that wants to come visit like 3 gold mines, right? And stay the night. And I think about people and giving them things to do, and how do we invite them to actually stay, a night and have more to do in our county besides just hike for the day, bring a packed lunch and go? How do we get them to be able to kind of like really see who we are? We are the Old West, like where did we come from? What is the mining? And so I would want somebody,
I don't know, that could speak for our history, I guess, is what I think of.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I appreciate that. George, Randy, I'll turn it over to one of you to continue.
Nicole, how long have you been on this board? At least 5 years, right?
Yeah, this is my second term. So I think it was 2019. It was right before COVID.
Okay. And how are you doing with respect to burnout? I mean, you're obviously, you reapplied, so that means that you're committed to doing the work. What am I trying to get at? What I'm trying to get at here is a lot of times people will reapply because they feel obligated. And I want to make sure that you are doing this because you want to and not because you feel like you owe us.
Yes, no, thank you. So to be transparent, I was the secretary, and then I asked that I will no longer be the secretary. I want to be on the board, but it was hard for me to keep track of all the minutes. And so moving forward, we have appointed Jess into the secretary position.
So you found a way to make it work.
Correct. And so that I could still be at full capacity, but, not hold anything back.
Okay. That's really my only question in addition to what Sean asked.
Randy? Anything to add, Randy? Questions?
I don't really, no, I think it covered.
Well, Nicole, thanks for your continued interest. I think you probably remember how this works from your first time around. We don't make any decisions on the day of the interview. We will circle back and come up with a recommendation, which I'm guessing is going to be favorable in your view, but we will have Beth follow up with you probably sometime within a month or so.
Okay, great. And if you guys have any follow-up questions or anything, please let me know.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a good day.
You too, thank you.
Do you have anything to do besides the 2:30, which I'm sure people are going to show up at 2:30 for? Abatements?
Yeah, they received certified mail.
I can go ask her if
Sure.
they're,
What's that? To do what again?
Abatements.
So we only have one more agenda,
Yeah,
item, but it's in a half an hour.
And we got to do it at 2:30, so.
I have a question, Peter. Would it be possible for me to share a few findings that I have discovered since our transportation conversation this morning, or would that need to be noticed specifically around the time?
I think that we moved on and from that.
10:41.
discussion, and wasn't there a motion already made?
There was no action on that item. You're talking about transit?
Mhm.
Oh, you're talking about the transit discussion?
Yeah, I heard a few things about grant system that I thought were interesting.
It's on the agenda, and if people are watching it, I mean, I don't have a concern about that. It was agendized. Most people who heard it this morning probably thought it was done, but
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is very short, but I texted with Rich Chimino, who's a commissioner in Grant County. And he gave me some numbers around their system, because I spoke with a Winter Park Council member 2 weeks ago who was kind of complaining that the county wasn't giving them much, and found out from Rich, the county gave them nothing in 2024. And their system budget has ranged between $5 and $7 million a year. So it's a much larger system than ours, 10X, maybe something like that. With City of Winter Park passed a 2% sales tax, which they use to dedicate this transit system. City of Fraser passed a 1% sales tax, and they got the ski resort of Winter Park to voluntarily contribute $300,000, and Grant County pays nothing.
my question for that would be whether or not this is a special district, transportation district that was set up that allows for that. if that's what the municipalities did.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'll see if he's around. I'll
Now,
see.
on that, if you remember from last budget, 23 budget process, when a staff member from Idaho Springs weighed in saying they would be willing to
Mhm.
help out in some capacity, when we followed up on that, it was just that. Let's form a special district and give them taxing power, which is just another special district in the county fighting for more tax dollars, right? So.
Mhm.
We went to take a break.
I was hoping to hear back from Beth to see whether we were gonna be able to continue or whether we're gonna just likely restart this at 2:30.
I don't know whether or not it was noticed in the paper, if their notice was set at 2:30. If it was, we would still have to hang around. We could take a break, but we'd have to resume at 2:30.
Oh, here's Beth.
But I haven't seen the letters.
Well, we don't know. She talked to them, but they didn't say if they're coming in or not.
All right, we can just do it at
Notice in the
2:30.
paper?
Certified mail.
Certified.
All right, so let's just take a recess for half an hour until 2:30, and then we will come back with our
Sorry.
last agenda item. We're back for our last agenda item of the day, 2 abatement hearings. I will turn it over to you.
Absolutely. My first one, we have Andrew here.
Yep.
Great. Hi, Andrew. Donna G.
Oh, yeah.
County
Okay, come
Assessor.
up.
Spoken before.
Absolutely. So we have an abatement request for 21 and 22. And these are based on sales that occurred July 1st, 2018 through June 30th, 2020. The home was purchased in that base year for $675,000. So it's making a recommendation for the 21 tax year is a denial. The value was $609,480, so it was lower than the requested amount.
Okay.
And then for the 2022 tax year, by statute, we need to bring that value down to the purchase price. So I'm requesting a value for 2022 of $675,000. With that's a deduction of $699,270. So the tax approximately for that would be refunded is, it's the new tax due for 2022 would be $3,713.68. So that's a partial request.
1.4 million and 675 or 699 are very different numbers. How did this, what happened?
It was 609. And I don't know if that was part of the regression analysis that was performed by the prior assessor, but in mid-year, in that year, in 2022, prior to me, the value increased that second year for no unknown reason. And it's not supposed to change in the mid-year.
Oh,
Never. The 21 and 22 tax years should be the same.
yeah. I mean, I think it might be worth finding out what happened.
I can look into that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because this is kind of troubling that would happen.
Very troubling, because that should not have happened.
That was kind of when I came and talked to you,
Yeah.
I'm like, what's going on?
It shouldn't
You know,
happen mid-year.
Because, and I had all the comps run for like 19 through 22. And every property in my area, like on average is like $700,000 of sales.
You live right up in Normandy, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, in my neighborhood.
Oh, you live there?
I live off Greystone.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, I'm good with the recommendation. George, Randy, do you have anything?
So what is that refund then?
It's the difference between 7561 and 3,713. So it's about
Nice.
About 3,500. And then I know we talked about it, and I can't remember, for this tax year that is, I know it went down a little bit, but it's still quite high. Would I just need to do this abatement again next year since I missed?
for the 2023 taxes due in
Yeah.
2024.
Correct.
And did you do a protest?
No.
If you
I-
did not protest, you can do an abatement.
Okay, perfect. I'll see you next year then.
You can do it this year.
Okay. So
I don't have any questions, but I'll just reinforce Sean's request. I would really love to track down what happened to cause this value to change mid-year.
Because I mean, thank you. What if it happened somewhere else?
No, it appears it was, it appears,
Property taxes double. I think anyone would notice that.
no, it was purposely changed.
Yeah, because my taxes when I bought were 2,200 a year and then they jumped to like 7,500.
I don't know the reasoning behind it, but I can see it was purposely changed.
Like manually?
Yes.
There was one thing that was really odd, which in the records, when my realtor ran this, it had that my structural dwelling was 18,000 square feet. Which I don't know. And I think we talked about it and you looked in whatever system you had.
And it was right.
And it was right. But in some system, like I've got a screenshot that my realtor took and he's like, unless you guys just built like a massive mansion and didn't invite me to the party, I think there's a clerical error there. So I don't know if that could have triggered it. or-
Nothing to do with our
No?
system.
Oh, okay.
Anything from you, Randy?
No, it seems pretty obvious. It's,
Weird. I agree.
Do you mind writing those numbers down again?
Oh, yeah, you'll get a copy of this.
Oh, perfect.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
If there's no further questions, I would entertain a motion.
Move we accept the assessor's recommendation for abatement on case 24-09.
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And I will email you the date that it was purposely changed.
Okay. Thanks for coming in.
Perfect. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. So I'll get a copy in the mail then?
Yes, you sure will.
Okay. Is it gonna come certified again?
That's come sort of.
Oh, no.
Okay, good.
This-
Just the letter. Okay.
Right. And if you have any questions, you call me.
All right. Thanks. I appreciate it, everyone. Have a good day.
Bye.
24-08.
Good man.
Okay, we have a request from Miss Goodman. She had a flood in her home. We did change that value for 2023. Per her request and documentation showing that there was a flood. She's submitting the abatement to match that for 2022. And the assessor agrees on her value that requested of $165,100. And I'm requesting approval. The current value is $258,020. New value at $165,100, a difference of $93,000. An assessed value, the new assessed value of $11,470 with taxes due of $861.39. The difference of $485 and $485.37. And this is at the Bighorn Riverside or in Idaho Springs. It's a townhome.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Riverbend?
I'm sorry?
No, not Riverbend, Bighorn Apartments.
Yeah, the Bighorn apartment. The townhome.
Yeah, down at the east end of town.
Correct.
I don't have any questions. Randy?
Nope. Looks good to me.
So we will deliver this abatement. Now we know that the structure is back to its original condition, and so
Correct.
when you rerun your assessments next time, it'll
Mhm.
as a structure that didn't have a catastrophic flood.
This one will change mid-year because it has reason to change because it was not livable completely in 2023. It will change to its normal value in 2024 and she will receive a notice evaluation mid-year.
Yeah, that's what I was hearing George say too. Okay.
Yes.
So I'd like to make a motion that we accept the assessor's recommendation for case number 24-08.
I will second that motion.
All we need is somebody to call for a vote.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Okay. I'll email you those dates for what happened on the other one.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Donna.
Thank you.
And seeing no further business, we're adjourned.